Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining today's Market Surveillance Committee meeting. Please note that all audio lines will be muted until the Q&A portions of our meeting today, and we will provide you with instructions on how to ask a question at that time. And just a reminder that this event is being recorded. With that, I'll turn it over to the Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee, Dr. Benjamin Hobbs. Dr. Hobbs, please go ahead. Oh, and just a reminder, Dr. Hobbs, to take yourself off mute.
Okay, thank you, Adam, and welcome everybody to General Session Meeting of the Market Surveillance Committee. I'm Ben Hobbs, Chair of the committee, and with me are Doctors Jim Bushnell and Scott Harvey of the MSC. From the CAISO staff, we have Gabe Murtaugh, who's going to be leading the first major agenda item on the energy storage enhancements. And in addition, we have Dr. Guillermo Bautista, we have Greg Cook, Shami Davis, Brad Cooper. And what we'll do first is, as always, we will start with public comment. And as usual, I will ask that you limit your comments, if you can, to issues and items that aren't on the agenda later on today, unless you can't attend later. And these could be questions or comments. And after we do the public comments, we have the approval of minutes from the May 21st meeting, and then we'll get into our substantive agenda. So at this point, Adam, could you give instructions for how folks can queue up to make a public comment at this time?
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon in WebEx located next to in the top right corner of the chat window. And if you dialed in just on the phone, there are a couple of you, you can press #2 to enter the queue. All right, and I do see we have someone in the queue already. While your line is being unmuted, please go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Hobbs. This is Elvis Svoboda from PG&E. We just had one question on the agenda. It seemed that your presentation was more appropriate to the game discussion than to the ESE discussion. We just wanted to clarify that point because there are people who want to make sure they listen to the presentations here.
Yes, I asked that it be put in the wrong place yesterday, so I believe it is now in the right place, which is under the last item.
It's been corrected. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alva, for pointing that out to folks who may not have looked at it today.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Adam?
I do not think we have anyone else in the queue at this time.
Okay, in which case we'll move to the next agenda item, which is the consideration of approval of the May 21st minutes, of the general session meeting that we had. And I will entertain a motion for approval. Scott or Jim?
Jim, this is Jim. I move to approve the minutes.
And do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, Dr. Bushnell has moved and Dr. Harvey has seconded the approval of the May 21st minutes. Any corrections or additions? Discussion?
No.
No.
Okay, in which case I'll take a vote. Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
And I also vote to approve the May 21st minutes, and so they are approved. So we are ready now to proceed. Gabe, you're going to lead, first of all, by giving us a presentation on this proposed state of charge product, which has been one of the options discussed under the Enhancements Initiative. During and after Gabe's presentation, we'll have a discussion. I don't believe there's anybody else who's scheduled to present. And we have until noon, so this is a good chunk of time. Gabe, it's all yours.
Yeah, and I think before I get started, I might turn it over to Guillermo just to say a few words before I dive in with my part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And good morning, everybody. Prior to going into the general discussion for storage this morning, I just want to let you know of some developing plans that we have for further discussion regarding the storage resources. As you may know, our real-time market utilizes multi-interval optimization, and that is for the sake of achieving an optimal dispatch and prices as well. In addition to achieving a solution for the binding interval, that is the one that we use to settle dispatches and prices, the market application achieves an overall solution taking into account other intervals in the horizon, what we call the advisory intervals. Given all the interest and discussion related to the implications of this multi-interval optimization with the storage resource dispatches, we are planning to have a dedicated discussion on multi-interval optimization in regards to storage resources in a few weeks. We still are planning for the details. We will let you know more about the logistics once we figure out these details. We expect that we can go into the details of specifically how the multi-interval optimization is interplaying with the optimal dispatch of storage resources. And for that, I think it's worth it to have a dedicated discussion. So just a heads up, and we will let you know about the logistics. We are expecting that this may be a few weeks from now. That's all, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo. Definitely looking forward to that discussion. All right. So, Gabe, you're all set?
Yes. Okay. I also agree. I am looking forward to and have been working closely with Guillermo and his team on the issues around multi-interval optimization, and I think there's going to be some pretty good discussion on, from the preliminary results that we've already come across, and as we get more robust answers around those questions. So today, what I want to do is sort of go through at a very, very, very high level the quick outline of the issues that we're planning to address in the energy storage enhancement straw proposal. I think in a series of events that are occurring through this particular ISO stakeholder process, we released a few months ago the issue paper on energy storage enhancements. We did have the public stakeholder call on that, and we had some pretty good discussion there. And I think we got some good feedback in comments from stakeholders on that as well. About a month ago, we had a workshop where stakeholders were able to present potential solutions on issues that were raised in that issue paper on this topic. And I think we also had some pretty good discussion there. And I think that was informative for the ISO to sort of think about where to focus. And there were some interesting proposals that were put forward, sort of as early outlines for how we might do replacement for the minimum stated charge requirements, which we currently have in place for batteries, which is what I'm going to talk about today. There was also quite a lot of interest in a number of these other topics that I'll briefly bring up at a very high level. And today, obviously, we're presenting at the Market Surveillance Committee. Prior to actually publishing the straw proposal and having stakeholder discussions on a straw proposal, the ISO is planning for a few more steps. I think one of the steps in this process is going to be having another discussion with the MSC and with Guillermo and his team presenting just on what you heard on the multi-interval optimization and sort of questions around multi-interval optimization. And then we also want to have another discussion, and this is something that the ISO doesn't typically do, but I think we're kind of thinking of this additional discussion as something akin to sort of an academic oversight or an academic review of the policy that we're thinking that we might outline in the straw proposal prior to its publication. And I think the idea of this discussion would be to get some experts from the energy field into this discussion and sort of plug them into the certain ideas that we're thinking about and maybe try to tackle some questions like, do we think that the kinds of considerations that we're thinking about in the straw proposal could lead us to, enhancements in developing lithium-ion storage? Are these rules favorable to potential long-term storage that we might get on our system? And just sort of favorability around storage resources, specifically working on our grid and interfacing with the tools that we're offering, and thinking, sort of taking a step back and thinking about how we're currently accommodating storage and how we might want to think about it going forward, specifically in this initiative and in other future initiatives as we have them. So we will be scheduling that sometime. It has not been set up yet, but I'm anticipating September dates for both the multi-interval optimization discussion and a September date, hopefully, for this academic overview discussion as well, both of which would be public, and I'd highly encourage participation from all of the stakeholders who are engaged with us on this issue. So with that, I think I'll proceed to the next slide. And here on slide 2 and slide 3, again, it's just a very high-level overview of, I would call it, the scope of what we're thinking about engaging on in this initiative. So this is the Energy Storage Enhancements Initiative. It would likely be going to the board sometime in 2022, although we don't have a specific date set up at this time. And just to start off this policy, I think the first thing, and this is really the cornerstone of the policy, is we need to develop some kind of a tool for the minimum stated charge requirement. We acknowledge that when we requested authority for the minimum stated charge requirement, that was done in the summer 2021 preparedness initiative. And in that initiative, we specifically asked FERC for 2 years of authority for this. We realized that this, at the time we put it in, wasn't going to be the perfect solution. Specifically, it doesn't involve any kind of compensation, but it does or could potentially preclude storage resources from discharging. And that's the tool, just to be specific here, that on very, very, very tight days, when we have RUC infeasibilities, where our RUC market shows that the amount of supply doesn't equal the amount of load that we need to serve during all hours. What this does is it outlines a set of critical hours, and if a storage resource has a discharge schedule during those critical hours, our real-time market software will impose constraints on those storage resources to ensure that they have sufficient state of charge to meet those day-ahead discharge awards. So the objective here in this policy and a primary part of the scope is to think about a replacement tool for that, because that specific tool has a limited shelf life, and how that tool will work, including compensation for holding state of charge, if that's something that the ISO determines we need. We're thinking about considerations for ancillary service awards for storage resources. That's part of the scope of this project. We're also thinking about enhanced exceptional dispatch tools that our operators can use. This might include exceptional dispatch that allows the ISO to specify a target amount of megawatt hours or a target state of charge that a storage resource must obtain and hold, which is different than our current exceptional dispatch tool, which specifies a megawatt limit that a resource has to operate at when given an exceptional dispatch. We've been thinking a lot about charging rates. There's this issue of resources operating at very high or very low stated charges, not being able to meet their PMIN or their PMAX above some certain threshold. And we're thinking about, again, for the straw proposal, including a slope or a reduction in the absolute value of the PMIN and the PMAX values for resources that are operating above or below a certain stated charge. If we advance to slide 3, we also have this idea that there could be, there's a pretty significant lag in between when resources are allowed to submit bids to the ISO and when those bids are actually impacting dispatch for particularly storage resources on our grid. Bids need to be submitted 75 minutes prior to the start of the hour. Then those resources could be dispatched all the way through the end of the hour based on those bids. In reality and in the actual real-time market, state of charge could vary wildly from expectations at the time that the bids were submitted and what's actually happening in the real-time market. So one of the things that we're thinking about including, and would certainly be included in the scope of the policy, is to include the ability to specify a state of charge and a particular bid curve that's associated with that state of charge, to basically have a state of charge range where one bid curve would apply to and another state of charge range where another bid curve would apply to, or something along those lines. But that's what we're contemplating. We're also contemplating introducing a storage model with transition times. We understand that although we don't have any what's referred to as long duration storage on our system right now, we are anticipating long duration storage and storage resources that are different than the lithium-ion technology that's very prevalent right now. In the future, these resources may have difficulty transitioning from charging to discharging, including that in our model currently might be prudent, so that when and if we do see these new resources coming onto our system, we're sort of prepared to accommodate them and we don't need to do a lot of, well, hopefully a lot of last-minute work. We've heard from some stakeholders that pseudo-tie resources should be allowed to utilize the existing co-located methodology. We're planning to include that as a scope item. We've heard issues around investment tax credit or ITC implications for storage resources that are, I think it's commonly referred to as, quote unquote, charging from the grid versus charging from on-site renewable generation. We're thinking about potentially offering some kind of compensation for resources that find themselves potentially impacted by investment tax credit losses while they're what we call grid charging. We've also had some comments from stakeholders on potential property tax implications, and those property tax implications could also preclude grid charging, or what we call grid charging, and there may be a need from stakeholders to enhance our co-located model, because in some cases that's the only model, again, because of contracting purposes, that these resources may be able to use. And because of that, they also want the co-located model to do something similar to what we've developed the hybrid model to do, in that it would effectively prevent the co-located storage resource from grid charging or charging at a rate that's higher than the on-site solar generation. Again, these are just scope items. Some of these items, I think particularly these last two that I mentioned, the ISO may be seeking a little bit more guidance on why these are critical and why these are important for storage resources prior to putting out a formal proposal for how we might deal with them. But I do want to assure stakeholders that these are included in the scope of this project. And additionally, and I've mentioned this and Guillermo talked about it, we are seriously thinking about and talking about multi-interval optimization, and particularly if things need to be addressed there, we may also take that up in the stakeholder initiative. I think our first and highest priority is to go through this research exercise that Guillermo and his team are working on, so that we can thoroughly understand the issue before simply going out and stating what a potential solution might be. But if there are issues out there, we want to make sure that they're addressed. So I don't want to go into too much in the way of details on what some of these proposals might look like. We're still very much in the stages of drafting a straw proposal, although I would say the most complete part of the straw proposal does include the state of charge product, which I'm going to be going through in some more detail for the rest of my slides. But with that, I will pause for questions. maybe just on general scope of the project and direction that we're going, and if any of the stakeholders have feedback on that, or the MSC committee.
Gabe, let me ask. I mean, each of these bullets on this page are very interesting, subtle, and important. But are you asking us to hold back on detailed discussion or questions about these individual topics?
Yeah.
Until a future time.
You know, in the future, we may come back to the Market Surveillance Committee and sort of investigate some of these specific items in more detail. And I think that would be most appropriate at a time, after we publish the straw proposal. So we have some thoughts and pen to paper on how we want to move forward, or how we're thinking about moving forward on these. But right now, we're not prepared to discuss these other items aside from the first one.
Well, so if I may, if it turns out that we have time at the end of this agenda item before lunch, that perhaps we can come back to this. And, I would love to hear from folks in the audience who have who've perhaps suggested some of these things, or who would like to elaborate on them at that time. But let's first get through the rest of your material and the discussion on the state of charge management first, and then we'll see whether there's time for any other discussion, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, Ben. And questions about scope, or why things should be in scope or shouldn't be in scope, I think are completely relevant at this point.
Okay, since you have opened the door a crack there for that, there was earlier this year a discussion of a hybrid resources initiative, or and which I imagine would have dealt with a couple of these bullets. So the ISO is not presently planning a hybrid resources initiative, right? So this hybrid resource issues such as these would then come under the present storage enhancements initiative. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think, the ISO does put together an outline of, or I think we call it a roadmap of the policy that we'd like to do over the next few years. And included in the current version of that roadmap is a specific policy called hybrid evolution. I think that particular policy, one of the cornerstones, will be developing market power mitigation for hybrid resources, as well as tackling some of the other items related to hybrid resources. Right now, you're absolutely correct. That initiative has not started. I think it's, frankly, I don't think it's likely to start until we're much further along in the development process of this particular policy. So if there are, I don't want to step out of line here, but I think if there are sort of quick, small enhancements to make to the hybrid model, those kinds of things could be looked at here in this policy. If there are more in-depth, sort of holistic model, overhauls, if you will, I think those would be better saved to the hybrid evolution policy.
Okay, thanks for explaining. So the ever-present danger of scope creep is yep. with us, but there may indeed be things that most everybody agrees upon, which would be simple to implement, and you're saying could then be within the scope here. Thank you.
I think that
Jim or Scott, before we turn to the phone lines, do you have anything that you want to say or ask about the scope of the initiative or anything else?
No.
No, I do wonder if it's too much of a digression, so we'll leave it until see if we have time.
Yeah.
So no, for now.
Any one of these could be the cause of a great digression. Why wouldn't investment tax credit losses be included in bids, et cetera? But let's not go there at this point. and let's instead go to the phone lines and see if there are any comments or questions at this point from the attendees. Adam, you want to invite folks to queue up?
Sure. We do have several folks in the queue already.
That's terrific.
All right. First caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Alvis Svoboda from PG&E. Just one point on the scope, Gabe. I was curious as to whether you do have a lot there. Are you considering the straw proposal being in phases, or are you going to essentially limit the straw proposal to what you can deliver? I think you were looking at the end of 2023 as the implementation time frame. I'm just curious as to how you're thinking about phasing some of these things in.
Yeah, I think we are currently planning one phase of the stakeholder initiative at this time. Obviously, when we get to look into the realities of when things can be developed and how quickly we can get them on the system, there may need to be some prioritization there. But for now, we're just planning on one phase. And, we did hear and we took very seriously some of the comments from stakeholders from the workshop that were advocating for a phased approach. But, realistically, we really can't get anything in too much earlier than 2023. And we think at this point, even though there is a lot of scope here, it's worth it to try to prioritize these, particularly in light of the fact that we are anticipating so much additional storage on our system through the end of this year and into early next year, that all of these items would be relevant and helpful for those resources as they come on.
So you believe it's possible that all of the bullets you've introduced here would all be implemented by the end of 2023?
I think that might be an aspirational goal for where we are right now. At the end of the day, it might not work out quite like that, but I think that's a good place to start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thanks, Al.
All right, Sorry, go ahead.
Next.
All right, moving on to the next caller. Your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, Gabe. How's it going? And hello, Market Surveillance Committee. Thank you for giving us a chance to ask some questions and raise a couple points on the CAISO's previewed straw proposal scope. I appreciate Al's question about phasing, as I think those who've heard Vistra's position to date know that we have been asking for a phased approach so that the immediate operational needs that are introducing challenges for storage operators today be addressed as soon as possible, and then to allow the CAISO in a longer term basis to refine some of these other items, such as what I believe Gabe called the cornerstone, the replacement tool for the MSOC. I did hear you, Gabe, say that you didn't think it was feasible. I would point you to Vistra's comments on the workshop. We provided a proposed timeline for you that kind of scopes out how that could be done. So I suggest that you, and if others want to look at it, please do. I also wanted to flag for the Market Surveillance Committee that within our, part of what Vistra's been proposing is that there are 4 meaningful elements of the CAISO's operations that are making it more challenging for storage to operate that really need to be addressed as soon as possible. We walked through those, and I appreciate that the CAISO looks like they are considering including the dynamic modeling of foldback impacts on both the PMIN and PMAX. I would just note on the prior slide where it says variable charging rates that the technical term for this phenomena is foldback, and it would be helpful if going forward in the policy documents and discussions that we use that term. It's what the storage community, it's what we understand, it's what's in our technical documents. It's how my engineers speak to me. So it's called foldback, and it is it's an impact on both the charging and discharge side. So I wanted to make sure to highlight that so that the language wasn't unintentionally misleading or confusing. The other thing, 3 things that we brought up were that there needs to be some protections for market participants on exceptional dispatches, because there is this unique nature for storage where the exceptional dispatches, to be feasible, need to take into consideration what the state of charge is and what it can be when the EV is needed. We've asked for some tariff protections for that, and we still hope that that is within scope. The 2 other elements which may not require a tariff change but are really important is that there are challenges with submitting our outages into the outage management system, because there are multiple reasons that we may need to submit an outage at the same time for different reasons. And the CAISO system doesn't support overlapping outage cards for the PMIN, the PMAX, and the energy side. That's something that we will continue to ask for. It's really important to make it easier for both the storage operator and the CAISO's operators to be able to get the real-time outage information in a way that's meaningful and consumable, so that both sides of the operations can help each other reliably support the grid. The final is that we've asked for the CAISO to provide market-wide notifications the day prior to a day where the minimum state of charge is enforced. We think this is a very low bar request. And we don't have a preference for how you communicate it, but that it be released, whether through some communication mechanism market-wide and not solely through CMRI. And we, again, reemphasize that we just hope the CAISO is not, that the scope that you've discussed here does not drop these important operational concerns that we've raised. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions the MSC may have.
Thanks for that feedback, Kathleen. There's a lot there. I took some notes, and I appreciate the updating on, or clarification on the language that we should be using around this. That's very helpful. The one thing I would note is that I think that the scope of this project is unlikely to include OMS enhancements. I know we have been looking at and are thinking about OMS enhancements in the resource adequacy enhancements policy, and I think that would sort of be a massive overhaul of the OMS system. So I think trying to make changes and updates to that very complicated system here would likely not be a very good idea, because there's going to be additional changes made on top of that through RAE. But I would encourage you, and I'm also plugged into the Resource Adequacy Enhancements Initiative, to engage there, and hopefully as we make improvements to the OMS system, the kinds of things and issues that you're describing here can be incorporated in those changes as they're happening in the other policy.
Thanks, Gabe. One thing I'd flag, just make sure you're aware of, is that this past year through the, and I don't recall the exact name, but it was like Operational System Improvements IT project that was released. That actually did include some solutions for the overlapping outage cards. So I would just caution assuming that it's not feasible or that it's a large change. The issue that I believe we faced was that the CAISO could at the time support overlapping outages for non-generated resources on the PMAX side. So really all this is asking for is, just to get into implementation details, since you flagged that as one of your worries, really all I'm saying is you've done this for the PMAX. Please expand it to the PMIN side and the energy side. Since the solution has in part been implemented, this should not be a huge lift in at least my current understanding, but I'm certainly happy to talk about that with the CAISO and its technology department in more detail.
Okay, great. Thanks for that feedback.
All right, we do not have any additional callers in the queue at this time.
Okay. Kathleen, if you're still on, or if you could get back on, I wanted to ask you about the second of the 4 items. You mentioned the need for some protections during exceptional dispatch on state of charge, and I was just hoping that you could elaborate a little bit on that. What are we protecting? Is this the physical integrity of the resource, or is it something else? Just tell us a little bit more about that issue. Are you still there, Kathleen?
Ben, can you still hear me?
Great.
Oh,
yeah, that's
okay,
great.
Thank you. I am still here. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, no, and thank you for the follow-up. I'll give you an example of something that, so we have not personally experienced this example, so it's hypothetical but the example that we have heard that did challenge others is that they received exceptional dispatches where they did not have, on a megawatt basis, where they did not have the stated charge to provide that discharge. And so when I'm using the words infeasible, that's an example what I'm thinking about. And so what we brought forward and have been discussing is that there's some key principles that we believe just need to be written down somewhere. Maybe it's not the tariff, maybe it's a manual, but that exceptional dispatches sent to storage should meet these principles. So a charge instruction should not exceed what your charging capability is, right? Pretty basic, but it still needs to be written somewhere. A discharge instruction should not exceed the expected stated charge at a start time. This one's a little bit more complex, and I think, frankly, could be more fun because of that to work through and design. So, for example, I think CAISO operators can decide kind of two different paths if they want a discharge instruction from a battery. They can decide they want to send just that instruction, or they could pair it with a charge instruction and a discharge. So let's say since now they have transparency through some improvements into the stated charge. They see a stated charge, but there's some additional charging room. So they could issue a charge instruction for the additional stated charge, and then the discharge instruction to follow immediately after that. But the principle would be that the discharge can never exceed what the expected stated charge is at the time of the start of that discharge instruction. Another potential for the market side, and I'll pinpoint, we got the idea for this one from the stated charge constraint that's used for self-schedules. So in the CAISO's real-time market horizon, when there's a self-schedule in a future later out in hours beyond this horizon, the market actually enforces an end of horizon stated charge constraint. So at the end of that horizon, they're trying to move the charge to be able to meet that self-schedule, or discharge to meet that self-schedule that they know is coming up. A similar approach could be taken, at least to leverage that functionality, to look at the advisory schedules and say, if at this point in time, CAISO operations needs a discharge EV 2 hours from now, we do have some advisory results, so let's calculate what the advisory schedules would result in that stated charge being at the time of when the CAISO operators are looking for that discharge, and that could be a value made available to the operators. They could put in, here's the resource, here's the time I need the discharge, and ideally a tool would show them, based on what the advisory schedules are, what they can expect that stated charge to be. I think that could be a good solution too, right? They would have an idea of, here's what this resource may, assuming no other changes, but I can expect it may hold in a stated charge, and then we will not issue discharges above that amount.
Okay, that clarifies it. So,
yeah.
So as there 4 operators got more visibility into stated charge and what's going on with the resource, you're suggesting extending that and then using that information to make sure that physically feasible instructions are given. So that's very helpful, Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if I may, Adam, is there anybody else who has a question?
We do not have any additional questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, I'll hand the mic back to Gabe.
Great, thank you. And I really do appreciate the discussion that we've been having here. I think it's important to fully flesh out these issues, and I think the more feedback that we get and sort of hearing these different sides of the conversation are helpful as we're starting to form documentation around the straw proposal and additional proposals going forward. So we did hear in the stakeholder workshop a version of a proposal by Pacific Gas and Electric, which Alva presented, and a version of, or some thoughts on how we could go about implementing a solution from CISA, which Sergio presented. And I think we've sort of taken some of the ideas from both of those, and we've put them into, I would say, sort of a draft format, which could potentially feed into the straw proposal that we're planning to publish. So on the next slide, this should be slide 4, I start to walk through some of the high-level concepts for the state of charge product. You know, I think it is important to note, and I've mentioned this already, that the whole idea of this state of charge product is that it would be a replacement for the existing functionality that the ISO has for the minimum state of charge requirement, which, as I mentioned, FERC authorized for limited time for 2 years, and we specifically requested that because we knew that we were going to want to replace the existing tool with something that also involved compensation for intervals when we are asking storage resources specifically to hold charge and effectively preventing them from discharging and potentially earning real-time market revenues. So this state of charge product is something that we're envisioning going into the real-time market. It wouldn't apply to the day-ahead market, and it would be applicable for storage resources. Upon implementation, the current minimum state of charge requirement, which is in place right now, would be retired. Bids for this product, the state of charge product, similar to other real-time functionality, would be due 75 minutes prior to the start of the hour. The bids for the state of charge product would be required for resource adequacy storage resources. So this would be a component of their must-offer obligation. And then the idea would be, and this is sort of the abstract idea, that the ISO could be preventing these resources from discharging during a particular hour, and if it does that, there may need to be some compensation for these resources. The idea would be that these bids could be reflective of those opportunity costs of missing out on discharging during a particular period of 5-minute intervals, and that is sort of what we would expect to see in terms of prices for this product. So if we advance the next slide, thinking a little bit more about the details, the procurement targets would be based on, and we've had similar conversations in the ESDR 4 initiative and in the Summer 2021 Preparedness Initiative, but we'd really be thinking about targets based on periods when storage is critical for the ISO to operate the system reliably. And effectively what we would be doing is we'd be using a expected net load curve, and the day-ahead market, this could be a forecast of what the net load curve could look like. And then the idea would be that that forecast, as our forecasts are updated in real time with more accurate, more up-to-date information on actual information based on what's going on in real time, we could use those forecasts to slightly update or slightly adjust what the requirements would be and use the most up-to-date, the most fresh information we have when we are setting the targets. Additionally, we will be looking at generation, and specifically it's going to be generation that does not include storage resources and does not include wind and solar, because wind and solar are already factored into the load side because we'll be looking at net load rather than actual load. So the forecasts for wind and solar would be included. The expectations for generation from all available resources aside from storage would also be included. Obviously, we have a good outline of what these would be through our day ahead and our RUC market processes. We might have additional information, if there's a generator outage or something like that, or perhaps a generator comes back early from outage because we know it's a very critical day and could be available on our system. Either of those two things could also play into the generation availability calculation that we plan to perform to calculate what the needs would be on our system. So effectively, if there is more load than generation, non-storage generation, those would be the intervals and the times when the ISO would be critically reliant to have state of charge across the storage fleet. And those would be the times when we would be procuring state of charge through the state of charge product. On other days, and we would expect this to happen almost entirely during the fall and spring seasons, when we have plenty of generation on our system and we're not critically reliant on storage resources, we would not be enforcing any kind of target for a state of charge product. So effectively, the target would be 0 megawatt hours, and there would be no price or no compensation for that. But on the very tight days in the summer, when we when we actually have less generation, if you hold storage outside of the generation stack compared to what we need for the loads, and we find that we do critically need storage to operate the system, those would be the days when we would set up targets, and they would effectively be the area underneath of the curve between what we expect load to be and what non-generation capability is. We've done some analysis on, the similar concept, which is the state of charge requirement, the rule that's currently in place last year in our summer 2021 preparedness initiative. What we found was during the summer of 2020, we set requirements, or we had requirements for load that were higher than generation on about 20 days. So I think it might have been 21 or 22 days during the year. If we look back at the data in 2019 and 2018, there were no RUC and feasibilities, or I think there were just one RUC and feasibility per year. So during those 2 years, we would expect this would have triggered, maybe once in both of those years. Last year in 2020, we would expect that maybe on 20 days, we would be enforcing these some kind of requirement for a state of charge product. I think 2021 is shaping up to be a very similar type year to 2020 in terms of how frequently we're sort of very close to operating just at the resources that we have and really critically needing storage. So I think we would expect something similar to that in 2022 as we set these requirements. However, I think it's important to note that as we continue to see deeper penetrations of storage and deeper penetrations of renewable resources, it's likely that we would be imposing these requirements more often, because more and more days of the year, you would be critically dependent on storage resources to operate the grid, and that's precisely when we're imposing these requirements. We are planning to begin setting the targets in many hours prior to when the needs are. So you might think about needs today during the peak net load period. So this could be hours ending 19/20/21. The needs or specific procurement targets might initially be set during hours ending 10/11/12, because that's when prices are lowest on the grid and conditions are best for charging. So if we're going to be charging a lot of resources, we don't necessarily want to be doing that immediately prior to the evening net load peak. That tends to be the periods in our market when we see the highest ramping needs, and adding to those ramping needs could be troublesome for reliability. So I think the plan is going to be, or at least the way we've sketched it out right now, is that these requirements would actually be set during the lowest priced hours of the day. Obviously, the target also would include a period to ramp the storage up. Today, we have about 1,500 megawatts of storage on our system, plus or minus 1,500 megawatts, which means you could charge up to 1,500 megawatts or discharge up to 1,500 megawatts. But what that means is if you are going to set a state of charge product requirement at 2,000 megawatts, you couldn't charge that full 2,000 in a single hour. So you have to space the requirements out over 2 hours. Like you might be able to charge 1,200 the first hour and then an additional 800 megawatt hours the second hour to get to that full 2,000 megawatt hour target that you're looking for. And then from then until that net load peak in the evening, say hour ending 19, you would hold that state of charge. Awards for this product, at least the way we've been thinking about them right now, would be made on an hourly basis. So at the beginning of an hour, we would look at the status of the storage fleet. We would do a co-optimization between energy schedules, ancillary service schedules, and this state of charge product. And we would be looking at the storage resources that could provide this product at the least cost to the ISO, and this would be something that would be included or could be included in the market optimization. So, we would be thinking about how this would impact all of those resources. But once the award was made, so let's say a specific resource got an award for 200 megawatt hours of state of charge, that resource would then have a requirement imposed on them that would say, at the end of the hour, this resource must have at least 200 megawatt hours of state of charge, and it could, of course, be greater than that amount as well. Resources that are awarded the state of charge product would be compensated at the prevailing market price for the state of charge product. So we would have a bid stack from resources bidding in state of charge, and if I bid mine in at 5 and the marginal resource was bidding at 7, the marginal resource would set the price at 7, and that would be reflected in the shadow price of the constraint for state of charge. And I would clear for some amount of state of charge capacity, and once I was awarded that amount of state of charge, excuse me, then I would be compensated at the prevailing price, which in this case would be $7 per megawatt hour. The next hour, the market would re-optimize. It might be possible that I would get an award for a greater amount of state of charge, or possibly an award for a lesser amount of state of charge. And again, for the next hour, I would be compensated if I was awarded at the prevailing prices for state of charge. The next two slides, so I only do have 2 more slides left to present. The next 2 slides walk through.
Can we stop for some questions?
We might.
Gabe?
Yeah.
I think it'd be good to have a couple clarifying questions here. I've got one. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. First, would eligibility go to resources that already have a day-ahead market schedule for supply in that hour? So if they got a day-ahead market schedule for delivering 200 megawatts over those 4 hours, would they bid again and get paid again for being available to cover their day-ahead market schedule?
Yes, they could.
Why would we do that?
So, the idea is that even though you might have a day-ahead award for, several hours of energy at full output later in the day, you may not want to charge up earlier in the day. You may want to participate in the real-time market and, charge and discharge earlier in the day because of price volatility. You might want to discharge early in the ramp. So I think the point is you might not want to hold that state of charge in the real-time market. If the ISO does require you through this product to hold state of charge in the real-time market, then we would provide compensation at the prevailing price of this product.
And now, Should we do the same thing then for imports that's scheduled in the dam to pay them again in real time to actually deliver?
No, I don't think so. So there's nothing, I think the idea here is that these resources have a limited amount of ability to provide energy to the market. So if you're a 4-hour battery, you can't, you need to charge up for, let's just say, 5 hours in order to provide 4 hours of energy later in the day. For gas resources or potentially for import resources, they have the ability to generate and provide energy across all 24 hours of the day. The real, so I don't necessarily see a corollary between what this product is trying to do, which is ensure that there is enough state of charge on the system to operate the grid reliably, versus an import which already has a requirement and will continue to have a requirement in the other initiatives like the Day-Ahead Market Enhancements Initiative as we go forward. But maybe I'm missing something here.
Well, I mean, the import doesn't necessarily have to deliver. If it's an economy import, it can not deliver. And we have gas resources that are gas limited. And why would we limit ourselves to, if we need extra energy over the peak, couldn't we schedule additional imports too?
Well, I think the idea here,
if imports were cheaper?
Yeah, I think the idea here would be that we're using generation data from our RUC process, which basically incorporates the upper bound of what we might expect to come in from imports. And we wouldn't be expecting any additional capability above the values that we're using. So the requirements for this product, the way I've outlined them, would be set and based specifically on periods where storage resources were essential. They're the only things that we have to meet load above some certain level.
But Gabe, as you pointed out, as we get more and more thousands of megawatts of storage, the day-ahead market's not going to commit extra resources because it committed storage instead. So why won't we start, as you said, won't we have lots of days eventually when, of course, they're essential if we only look at the resources we cleared day ahead because we only cleared the resources we needed.
Yeah, I think that's right. But we still need some kind of mechanism in the real-time market to ensure that we're going to have enough state of charge for reliability.
Well, we're relying on our day-ahead market prices and schedules for every other resource. So, yeah. And this is, so anyway, I've taken enough time. Why don't Ben jump in with some of his questions to hit you for a while?
Well, Ben, if you don't mind, I'd like to just follow up on the sort of conceptual point I think Scott was making.
Go ahead, Jim.
Which is this high-level issue of, okay, this is a product that's sort of designed for storage, for really battery storage, and what does it mean that we're providing this product and this payment for this type of resource, and are they giving us something that other types of resources cannot or would not, and what does this all mean? So the imports is a good sort of counterfactual of, well, if we're using more and more batteries in the day-ahead market, then maybe there are imports. The but for we need the batteries part seems to be endogenous to how we end up kind of clearing the day-ahead market. And we may have, maybe we need the batteries because we rejected other resources coming out of the day-ahead market, and maybe there were imports sort of available. And not to say that there isn't a need here, but conceptually it is an odd fit that we are sort of paying seemingly for this state of charge service that other resources don't even need because they're able to provide energy in all the hours. And it's sort of an odd way of paying more for this type of resource over another resource that maybe doesn't even need to have a state of charge requirement. Now, so taking a step back, it seems like what this product is really trying to do is provide energy during a certain set of hours. So you're looking for an even more firm commitment to provide energy during a certain set of hours than, say, the day-ahead market schedule or even a 15-minute market, you know, that some other energy schedule would provide. And that's sort of the tough thing to get one's head around. It's like you're looking for extra certain energy during this period, and you're only giving this type of resource sort of the avenue to provide this extra sort of firm energy over other types of resources, and that I think is where some of our head scratching is sort of emerging in terms of when you think through the incentive structures here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder if there's a way to just, during the day, sort of say, hey, okay, we're going to need 2,000 megawatts of energy, and any source, imports or batteries or whatever, that hasn't already gotten a day-ahead schedule, for example. Okay, we really think we need another 2,000 megawatt hours during these 3 hours. Is there a way to procure that energy that would look like this product, but wouldn't necessarily be limited only to, say, storage resources that might be hydro resources or other things that might also be energy limited, but haven't sort of committed their energy yet?
So, Jim, if I may, I can rephrase it differently. I see this as this is an attempt to try to have a shortcut to an intraday market, but only for some resources rather than a full intraday market that looks ahead through the evening peak and incrementally schedules resources. You know, conditions may have changed. There's plenty of justification for intraday market, but I think what you're saying, Jim and Scott, is in this. If we look at this as an intraday market, why is storage the only one eligible to get paid for that when other resources provide essentially the same service, a substitute? Yes, storage may have opportunity costs that other resources don't, but that shouldn't affect whether a resource is paid more for its energy or not, if I understand what you and Scott are saying.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to frame this question, so thankfully. I think Scott was also pushing on another related issue, though, which is sort of how this sort of fits in a multi-settlement kind of nature, because we would apparently be procuring the extra energy even from resources that might have committed the energy already in a previous market.
True. So it's not a real incremental intraday market, which would only pay for the difference from the day-ahead schedule. You're actually paying for all the energy from the day-ahead schedule, and then some if you procure some more. Gabe, you want to respond to these thoughts?
I certainly do.
Before I get into a more detailed question? Go ahead.
I think the ideas that you guys are throwing around are very interesting, and I think they really, I think your characterization, both Jim and Scott's characterizations of the issue, I think they're accurate. And I think the real question is, if the ISO finds itself at 3 p.m. on an exceptionally hot day in the summer, that given the current state of charge of the battery fleet, we don't think we're going to be able to meet evening peak net loads. What do we do? Obviously, we have exceptional dispatch tools at our disposal, so we could sort of, I think that would sort of be a backdoor answer to this problem, where maybe there are some imports that are available to us that we could potentially tap at a certain price, and maybe there is the ability for the ISO to exceptionally dispatch storage resources, and we are thinking, the exceptional dispatch aspect of storage is something that is in scope and on the radar for this project. So we could potentially do that. But what that does is it sort of puts the burden and it puts additional onus on our operators to be doing this process where we're constantly saying, okay, it's 3 o'clock. What is my state of charge? What is my expectation for all of the generation that I have? Not just for the next 5 minutes or 20 minutes or even hour. It's looking several hours in advance through the net load peak. And if I've come up with a solution, say, well, gee, my state of charge just dipped down to 1,500 megawatts. I'm anticipating a need of 2,000 megawatts of state of charge later in the day. Then I mean, my question is, what do they do? And if the answer is, well, we'll just rely on some, complex system and some, flags or alarms that might go off in the operator's control room, that might be a very cumbersome process. And if they're constantly having to check, well, should I discharge or dispatch this storage resource A at this price, storage resource B at this price, but it's in a local area, or try to get some more imports at another price, those kinds of decisions are typically not what's done in the control room on particularly hot or tight days. I think Scott's point about these happening more and more frequently is exactly correct. If they're now, today, during 2021, maybe they would have to do this kind of exercise 20 days of the year, but in 2025 or 2027, maybe we need to do this exercise 100 days of the year. Now you basically have a dedicated person or maybe a team of people in the operations room pressing the refresh button, starting at 1 p.m. Do we have enough state of charge? Yes, no. Do we have enough state of charge? Yes, no. And if no pops up, then they have to start, doing something like issuing exceptional dispatches. So, aside from that, I don't know that this proposal is supposed to offer an automated way to handle that. And I believe that it's set up and structured in such a way that we're asking for, not sort of an average state of charge that would be sufficient to carry the system through or to maintain day-ahead schedules. This is asking for a minimum amount of state of charge that we think is critical for our state of charge, for our storage fleet to have in order to operate reliably through the evening. And frankly, if that meant including things like anticipating the absolute upper extreme of what we thought we could get from imports, I'd be more, we could certainly explore how to do that and estimate what those might be. But that's sort of what I'm envisioning here.
So if it's mainly storage resources that can make up for a gap if it turns out in the middle of the day you see a problem in the evening, and there really aren't other alternatives for the operator, then reducing an intraday market with a multi-hour horizon to just simply managing aggregate state of charge of storage, as long as you don't anticipate transmissions constraints are going to be an issue, that could be a shortcut that might be close to optimal. But if there are lots of other options available, even in the as late as the middle of the day to deal with the evening peak, if conditions have changed, that would be an argument for a full, an additional market with settlements that's between day ahead and real time that has more of a look ahead. So I think that's a key thing that we're kind of getting at is, well, what other options are there available in that time frame to deal with changes in evening conditions? And we certainly agree you don't want the operators, responding to alarms. That an intraday market would be more systematic, but maybe that's overkill if all you have is storage. But I don't know if that's indeed the case. If there are a lot of options, then maybe you want a full market where everybody who could provide that evening energy could compete.
Yeah, I mean, there are long-run implications here too, right? I mean, if let's say you have two technologies, one that can just generate 4 hours a day it's a turbine, you know, that just has that's just expensive, and you can generate 4 hours a day without having to worry about the charging part. And then you have another technology that can generate 4 hours a day but does need to charge. If I'm understanding this right, you know, both are eligible to get the real-time energy payments, but only one is eligible to get a state of charge payment. And if the state of charge payment's enough, then we're sort of favoring the charging technology, even though in a sense it's more limited.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've had a little bit of internal conversation about this, but I think one of the things that we have going for us in this situation is that we do already track and monitor, and we have, you know, a model that includes state of charge for the storage resources. We don't, you know, we have some modeling of, you know, opportunity costs and use limitations for things like hydro resources, but they're often much more longer term, and they're not looking out over a 24-hour horizon. But a lot of the hydro facilities in the state of California are use limited. And I think there could potentially be an argument to say, hey, look, if I'm use limited too, and I have a certain amount of generation or water or something, that I should be included in the, you know, hold me back, and I'll take the payment later, as you know, to provide energy later as well. But today, you know, we don't have great models or anything. I should say today we don't really have models in our real-time framework that sort of track the use limitations for a hydro resource on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of times we do hear from hydro resources that, you know, because of you know, water flow conditions, or, you know, the fish hatchery needs or things like that, or, you know, federal requirements that they have to flow a certain amount of water at a certain time of the day, and they can shape a little bit towards the load needs, but they don't necessarily have the ability to, say, discharge all at once at 7 p.m., but then none later or earlier in the day. They don't have a lot of flexibility like that. So I think once we start thinking about what are the other use limited resources in the system, and what ability do we have to sort of, you know, dispatch them arbitrarily across the hours, it becomes a much more difficult problem, and we need additional tools, and it might not even be possible if we had the tools to model and track those. But we do have the tools to model and track state of charge for storage resources.
Gabe, I mean, you could have you have stuck. You are running. I mean, are you going to put this in place when you could commit a combined cycle in stuck? I mean, just, you know, you might, when we have 4,000 or 5,000 or more megawatts of storage, we might not be committing units in the day-ahead market because we didn't need them. And then if you decide you need them in real time, I mean, today stuck would commit an additional combined cycle. Are we going to say now we're not? We're going to lock all the storage resources in this way and pay them? I mean, it seems like creating almost a pivotal supplier problem if you don't consider other resources, but presumably we would run stuck. But then the operators wouldn't know what's going to be committed. I mean, it seems like this is the problem is asking for a different solution, which is what Ben and Jim were talking about, is an intraday market. Mm-hmm. There may be a rolling intraday market every 4 hours in which we can get financially, you know, we could bind a combined cycle to start up. We could schedule water, and particularly, you know, water in the Pacific Northwest that has cascade. If we schedule this earlier in the day, they might be able to commit to provide for 4 hours. And, you know, if we get this, you know, it seems like a very narrow solution that maybe is driven by we're going to use this tool as opposed to what's appropriate to the problem. And if the problem is that the day-ahead market penalties aren't high enough, then maybe we ought to fix the day-ahead market penalties, because there's lots of resources that cannot perform. That's what I was getting at with mentioning hydro. If we're worried about not performing, well, maybe they'll be selling their water, you know, their imports to somebody else.
Yeah, I do think that penalty prices could potentially be a solution for this, and that's one of the things that we outlined and talked a good deal about in the ESDR 4 initiative. So that could be one area to explore. I do think as far as, the stuck commitment horizon, we, as we're setting requirements for the state of charge products, we would be including things that could be committed in the stuck. So if it's, let's just say it's noon right now, and we're thinking about requirements that we might impose on storage resources, when we are looking at the need to have state of charge on our system, we'd be thinking about that need compared to all of, if the ISO market committed all of the resources it possibly could. Now that might not mean, if there's some way to get additional capacity from the Northwest that isn't included in our RUC process currently today, and there's additional capacity out there, maybe that's not included in the kind of analysis that we would do. But certainly, if it's bidding into our market and available, that would be included in capacity that would be considered as already committed and generating when we're making our decisions about how much storage or state of charge to procure.
Okay, that didn't come through. So this would be based on a stuck-like evaluation that would look at all the resources that could be committed. And
that's right.
Of course, obviously, we don't have binding. We can't include imports in future hours because we don't know what's going to be offered.
Right.
Right, but unlike an intraday market, it's not balancing the cost of incremental resources committed through stock versus the cost of incremental storage. That's what a full market would do, but that's the difference. I did have
and the market could bind imports too, so that we could say, okay, even though it's more than an hour out, we'll give you a financially binding schedule for the imports.
So that actually leads to a narrow question I had, Gabe, about these awards are made on an hourly basis, and the offers are solicited 75 minutes ahead of time. Are you saying that, for example, at 12:45 p.m., that's when offers would be made for state of charge effective at 2 p.m., but not for subsequent hours? In other words, it would roll forward. Every hour you'd be setting this auctioning and trying to acquire state of charge for that hour, but not looking forward several hours. Is that correct?
Correct. That's right.
Okay. Because the reason I ask about that, if the issue is evening energy, and let's say the evening starts at 5 p.m., I'm not quite sure why we want to not straitjacket, that's too strong a term, but restrict the schedule of storage in hours before 5 p.m. If we could just, if at noon we could have an auction for state of charge at 5 p.m., but we don't really care what you do before then, you're just responsible for hitting that state of charge at 5, we would then be fine for the evening peak. Is there a reason why, the additional complexity of having prices and settlements for every hour before the evening peak, you think that's useful or necessary?
Well, I think it might be, because if I say to a resource that you have an obligation to have a certain state of charge at 5 p.m. and I am not, so there's two ways to do that, right? You could sort of make it you could have a market with a financial incentive to have that amount of state of charge at 5. If you don't, you have a penalty. Or, and this is the approach that we're thinking about taking with this proposal, you could have the market software actually enforce an inequality that says, you will have X amount of state of charge by a certain time. There's two different avenues there. And if you simply have something that's financially binding, they may still say, well, the real-time prices are very attractive right now. I'd much rather take the real-time prices and not have the penalty or accept the penalty for not having the state of charge and then show up without the state of charge later. And if that's the case, you could find yourself in a situation where you don't have enough state of charge for reliability later in the day. But if you're thinking of something where we said, okay, you're going to sign up for a contract that's going to have you charged at 500 megawatt hours, at 5 p.m., and we notice at 3 p.m. that you're only at 100 megawatt hours, and we know you need to get to 500, then the market starts kicking in and just charges the resource. That could be some, I think that would be an alternate that we could consider as well.
I'd be interested in hearing from the storage community how they would view this particular issue. Maybe this would be a good time to turn to the phone lines. Or Gabe, I know you have just 2 more slides that explain some of the mechanics. Would you prefer to go through those quickly and then go to questions from the audience, or shall we take the questions now?
No, I think let's go ahead and do the questions now.
Okay, that's great. So Adam, can you invite folks to queue up?
No problem. We have a few in the queue already. All right, first caller is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Alva Svoboda from PG&E. I had a couple of comments. One is the requirement for this product is based on the way that NGR specifically is modeled in the market. It's different from any other resource type, because the state of charge constrains the awards that the CAISO will make based on the resource's bids. Now, if you were to compare NGR to hybrid, which is essentially another NGR model, but without a state of charge constraint, a hybrid resource can essentially manage its state of charge entirely through its bids, and the ISO has no way of guaranteeing that a hybrid resource will be at a given state of charge in a given hour. And it appears that doesn't trouble CAISO. So one alternative to this construct would be to say that that state of charge is simply a bidding parameter, and that NGR does not have to be held to its telemetered state of charge. It can essentially decide as sort of the way that Scott and Jim were talking about. It can just decide to take deviations, but effectively it's no more than guidance to CAISO as to what to potentially expect from resources. But I think when you actually include state of charge as a parameter that is used to calculate the awards on batteries, then there is a different requirement on batteries than there is on other types of resources, and that's the reason for the special need for this product, I think, in whatever form it takes. My other comment is I agree with what Ben was suggesting in terms of the way that the product is currently designed, because it's a real-time product. And I was sort of advocating for a day-ahead product to address this issue of the need for a state of charge at 5 p.m. But by essentially awarding on a trajectory and awarding newly every hour, there are incentives for storage resources, assuming they're the only ones who can participate, to participate in 1 hour and not in another, or to undercut each other in ways that could lead to actually unpredictable trajectories of that state of charge. I don't think, since you're not talking about a multi-interval procurement here, I think there's really some risks in doing an hourly procurement of state of charge in order to get the system to a specific level at 5 p.m. as you were describing it. So those are just a couple of comments I had.
Thank you, Alva.
Ben, can I?
Jim, go ahead.
This is Jim. I just wanted to ask a follow-up, probably for Gabe. But so with the state of charge, is that controlled by the operators, or is that something that even under the sort of proposed paradigm here, there could be a uninstructed deviation from, in which case there's still a penalty structure that's necessary and so forth.
No. So the requirements themselves would be calculated by, some additional feature of the market software. So it would go through and like I said, it would use, analysis from available generation. It would use forecast information from what we thought loads were going to be and what we thought renewables were going to perform, and put all that information together. And it would sort of determine the critical periods when storage was absolutely necessary. And that would include things like committing your resources that could start within a 4-hour window or shorter. And it would basically come up with some amount of energy you would need to have across your storage fleet, barring getting energy from some other place like import. Once that requirement was set, and let's just say it's 2,000 megawatt hours, at the start of an hour, so maybe hour ending 14, for example, the market would go through and it would procure 2,000 megawatt hours of state of charge across all the storage resources in the fleet. So, you might get 100 megawatt hours from this resource, 100 megawatt hours from that resource. Obviously, it would have to be something that the resource could feasibly achieve by the end of the hour. So if I have a 4-hour battery and it's completely discharged, I couldn't ever give an award to that resource for more than 25% of its state of charge capability, because it wouldn't be able to charge at or above that amount. And with round trip efficiencies, it would actually be something a little bit less than 25%. But given those restrictions, anywhere that a resource could operate or feasibly get to in terms of state of charge by the end of the hour, that could be a potential award that the ISO would make for this product. And, effectively, like our energy markets, we would first procure from the resources that are bidding in the lowest, all else equal, for the state of charge product. So those resources bidding in at $0. And then from there, we would, if that didn't meet or satisfy their requirement, we would start to ratchet up and take resources that were bidding in at higher values.
I guess my question was, let's say I got a state of charge award that I didn't like, or for whatever reason, and I just didn't charge to that state of charge. Yeah,
you can't. So if I get awarded 200 megawatt hours of state of charge at the beginning of the hour, and then, I'm sitting there and thinking to myself, gee, I really wish I didn't have to hold 200 megawatt hours. It doesn't matter. This would be enforced as a requirement in the market software that would say, hey, look, you've got an award at the end of, hour ending 13 that says in the interval of 1255 to 1300 hours, this specific resource will have at least 300 megawatt hours of state of charge or more. And and that would be something that would be enforced by the real-time market software. And the reason we're sort of somewhat leaning in this direction is that we already have this functionality built for the state of charge requirements today. It would just take a little bit of logic to enhance the inputs and requirements and what's actually clear to the market to use as an input for this requirement. Does that help?
Well, are there specific non-performance penalties then?
No.
But if you're,
okay, because what you need to describe to me is what the. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think you'd be violating the tariff if you just simply deviated unilaterally on your battery. The ISO would know that you weren't keeping to your state of charge constraint, but if that would not have that, you would not receive an award. But you presumably you could deviate unilaterally, but I believe that's a violation of tariff.
Yeah, it absolutely would be, because if I needed to charge the resource to get up to the 200 megawatt hours that I procured from the resource, the market would be sending dispatch instructions, hey, charge your resource, charge your resource, charge your resource. And if the resource wasn't complying, it would not be following dispatch instructions from the ISO, which is a tariff violation.
Yeah, so the higher level question is what the state of uninstructed deviation penalties are these days, because I've just lost track.
We have uninstructed energy charges, but we don't have particular penalties per se.
Okay. I guess the broader point is it seems like we're putting these things in place in part because we feel like the penalty structure is insufficient to incentivize storage resources to hold their energy for what we think will be the critical hour, in part because we don't let scarcity prices perhaps rise high enough in that critical hour. So, there, tracing back to there being an incentive penalty structure sort of cause here, or at least contributor. So I was just trying to understand whether there are other penalty sort of elements here. Whenever we sort of say, oh, the incentives say you don't want to do this, so we're going to force you to do this other thing, to the degree to which we can't really force anybody to do anything, that just implies an alternative penalty paradigm, and I'm just trying to understand how those two penalty paradigms compare.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. Thanks for bringing that up.
Okay. Adam, do we have others in queue?
We do have additional commenters in the queue.
Good. Okay.
Caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Callie Wells from WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Double muted there. So I really appreciate this discussion that occurred with the MSC. I think for me, it really highlighted a potential concern with a discriminatory aspect of this product. And I was curious kind of what the MSC's thoughts are on that, as well as the CAISO's. I mean, if you're developing a product that seems to have some discriminatory elements to it, would it even pass FERC? So curious what your guys' thoughts are on that, or if you've thought through it.
So
I can start. Yeah, well, maybe I'll take a stab and then I'll turn it over to you, Ben. I certainly agree with your point about, or I think your implied point about this being a product that would be specific to one particular resource class, and that could potentially cause issues about discrimination at FERC. Obviously we're working internally with our legal team to think through these kinds of issues, and this certainly has been raised in those kinds of conversations there. I think, like Alva said earlier in some of his comments, storage resources are unique to other resources, and there are other products that apply just to unique resources. So this could, we think that anything we would design would need to be carefully thought through. And we want to talk about, specifically in the stakeholder process about potential issues around discrimination and think through those very carefully before we file anything at FERC. But I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, I'll just add, I thought Alva's comments were, I think that's sort of what it boils down to, is to the extent we sort of think of NGR as kind of providing additional hoops a resource has to go through, jump through, versus other types of resources, and this is in a way sort of providing balance against that, then you could sort of see a strain in which this is not discriminatory. But I would not have any sort of sense of what FERC might think of any of that.
So I would say, Carrie, that there is a basic concern that if resources A and B can both provide 4 hours of energy at a particular rate, but one can get an additional revenue stream that the other can't, there should be a principle. There is a general principle that if two NG streams are the same and that their value is the same, they should be paid the same. I think that it would have to be a strong case that no, the value is different. the fact that what resource A may have certain costs or constraints that resource B doesn't in order to provide that energy, I don't think should affect how they are paid. You know, recognizing we do things like bid cost recovery and so forth that do recognize some of those things. So I think that is definitely an issue that has to be fully recognized and dealt with, and is a concern.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And another question, or I guess comment I had was, you know, there's a lot of discussion around whether or not this product will, you know, result in an efficient outcome. Do you think there's a combination of more kind of, you know, your market-based incentives, setting up scarcity pricing, maybe improving the day-ahead market, that will help alleviate this concern? Or do you think we're going to a situation where we're primarily storage-based, that something directly needs to be done? I'm just thinking if there's maybe a more holistic approach to this, to addressing the issue.
Well, and it's something that we've talked about in other contexts, that if the issue is new information that shows that more energy is needed in the peak period, and the real-time RTPD or RTD time horizon is too short to deal with that efficiently, that seems to be an argument for an intraday market, a stock type market with multiple hours, something else. So that would be a fundamental, adding another settlement, adding another market with the right time horizon would be one fundamental way to get at that. That would also provide a level playing field among the various ways that you could deal with that problem. I don't know if there's a fix. If the problem is uncertainty and you're learning something in the middle of the day, I don't know if there's a change in the day ahead market that would help with that, except, well, I guess imbalance reserves in DAME are supposed to get at that a little bit, but the more fundamental one would be using that updated information and allowing all resources to compete to meet the need. Jim or Scott or Gabe, you want to respond?
Certainly higher scarcity prices. So let me just say that this initiative, I continue to struggle with. There's really kind of parallel issues going on. One is the degree to which just the bidding parameters and solution framework doesn't fit the needs of storage resources. And so we're trying to shoehorn just operational sort of characteristics into a bidding structure that's kind of like hour-by-hour energy bids and some other stuff. And in a sense, the design is sort of limiting what storage can do in that sense. So that's one set of issues, although we haven't really talked a lot about them in the last 45 minutes. And then the second set of issues is sort of, okay, well, we're a little worried that storage resources aren't going to do what we want them to do, or what we would ideally like resources to do. They're going to sort of they're going to sell their energy a little too early because they think they could make more money, or whatever. Maybe they're just making the wrong decisions, and so the ISO is going to try to sort of limit their ability to do that sort of thing. And this latter set of issues, I think, those are the ones that could potentially be addressed by higher scarcity prices or penalties for non-performance linked to either some kind of, daily or RA kind of paradigm. So I do think there's a lot of what we've been talking about is sort of this notion of we're worried a storage or any energy limited resource is going to sort of take the $800 right now and not really, want to risk the odds of the price being even higher in a couple hours because it can't get that much higher anyways. And to the extent we think that is one of the overriding driving factors here, rather than just our market design doesn't allow these resources to sort of operate in a rational way because we're giving them crazy, infeasible dispatches and stuff, then I do think sort of a holistic market, and maybe it doesn't have to be much more than just sort of addressing the scarcity pricing, would be go a long way towards dealing with these.
No, I appreciate that. We definitely have a lot to think about. So thank you.
Yeah, and on the intraday procurement we talked about, I mean, if we have rising uncertainty intraday, which could happen with rising levels of renewables and the forecast is off, and we have the day-ahead market, you know, the imbalance reserves and so forth, but maybe we need suppose that charging all the storage resources to max isn't enough. You know, this says, okay, suppose we can just charge them to the max and that'll be enough. Suppose it isn't. You know, that isn't addressed by this. Whereas if you had an intraday market that could lock in additional imports from someplace else or start a combined cycle or whatever and lock in, compare the costs of those options and then have financially binding settlements coming out of that, you know, that might be a more general solution. But it is a bigger solution than this. You know, Gabe's right that would require more changes. But I wanted to follow up on something Alva said to make sure. Gabe, do you agree that this would completely not apply to any storage resource that's as part of a hybrid setup?
Yes. At this time, we're not tracking. Yeah, we do collect state of charge information from hybrid resources if they have a storage component, but we're not tracking that and using it as part of the optimization. So, you know, we wouldn't have any way to, you know, we don't have any way to dispatch hybrid resources at a certain state of charge level.
Okay. I guess how much of our queue of storage that's coming in is hybrid? I mean, how much of our storage is therefore going to be completely outside this proposal?
Yeah, so we have about 1,500 plus or minus 1,500 megawatts of storage on our system. So 1,500 megawatts of charging capability, 1,500 megawatts of discharging capability. That storage capacity is mostly 4-hour duration, but there's some build out that hasn't gotten all the way there yet. So we're looking at about, about 5,000 megawatt hours of storage capability. So a little bit more than 3 hours of discharge capability at that 1,500 megawatt level. By the end of the year, there's a little bit of variability around this number, but we're expecting to have around 3,000 megawatts of storage capacity on our system. Most of that still would be 4-hour duration lithium-ion batteries. Of that capacity, it's 1,500 megawatts of new capacity. There's probably, I would say 600 megawatts that we don't know if they're going to register as a co-located model or a hybrid model. We have pointed out in the Hybrid Resources Initiative, the one that we completed last year, that hybrid resources will need or will most likely need the hybrid dynamic limit tool, which is the tool that we developed in the Hybrid Resources Initiative to be able to operate effectively. This is the tool that allows them to say, hey, look, over the next hour, my solar is ramping offline, so I'm able to give you 50 megawatts this 5-minute interval. Next 5-minute interval, it's only 48 megawatts. Next 5-minute interval, it's only 45, and so on. So therefore, your dispatches aren't outside of those bounds. That tool will not be implemented until spring of 2022, and I think that once that's in, that will make the hybrid model much more attractive. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot of those uncertain megawatts to end up in the hybrid resources bucket just because of how complicated the model is to use practically until that additional feature is in place.
Then would they switch in spring of 22 to hybrid? I mean, this is a long-term change.
I think it's a possibility that we do have resources migrate from co-located to hybrid or hybrid to co-located, but most of the capacity that we're seeing, obviously the capacity that's come online is mostly co-located. We're anticipating over the next year, mostly co-located resources will come online, although some of that capacity could be hybrid.
Okay, thanks, Gabe.
I think what we have in our queue beyond that is not totally reliable information.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Speaking of queue, I think we have 2 more hands raised. Why don't we go to those and then give Gabe a chance to get through the last 2 slides?
All right, no problem. Moving on to the next caller. Your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hobbs. This is Perry Servideo, GDS Associates. You know, I think that the MSC has covered a lot of the considerations that I wanted to get their perspectives on today. And, you know, until this discussion today, I had been struggling to understand the core reliability problem that the CAISO is trying to fix through this product. And I think at this time I can interpret this as the CAISO is worried it won't have enough energy to meet demand in the evening, which is bare bones problem statement there. And given that framing, I am concerned whenever I hear things like there being a determination for a period when storage is absolutely critical. I think from a framing of you need energy to meet demand, every ounce of energy from whatever resource can provide it in that evening period is actually critical to you, not just the battery storage. So that's why it was good to get the MSC's perspectives on the things that Callie brought up about discriminatory treatment of resources and about the things that Scott was talking about related to resources, substitutability of resources for this product. One thing though that I thought I would just put out there, if you guys continue down this road as a couple of considerations, it'd be good to get more information on. I'm curious if you've put any thought into how, the impact on the core congestion management feature of the market if costs of this product are not also incorporated in energy bids and energy prices. Maybe just add that to I didn't see anything in the slides, but I would say that would be a consideration for you guys. The other thing is the interplay between the flexible ramping product and this product. I mean, these resources are eligible to get FRP revenues and energy revenues, and then if you go down this road, they will be eligible to get these additional revenues, and those all have an interplay that it'd be nice to see more information on. The last, so I'll just leave that there, and then the last thing I just wanted to comment on is that concerns me as I hear discussion about this concern about early day price taking, and I think that Jim and Scott kind of hit the nail on the head on that one, and really that has to do with what's the penalty for not being there to meet your day ahead schedules, and is that scarcity price high enough to ensure that these resources are there in the evening. And I think doing it through something like a scarcity price will not only incentivize the storage resources to be there in these absolutely critical hours, but anyone to be there in these absolutely critical hours where you need every ounce of energy that you can to meet the system reliability requirement. Thanks.
Thanks, Perry. It's great to hear your voice again. From a different microphone. Gabe or Jim or Scott, any follow-up to Perry's comment?
Yeah, I would just say that you're absolutely right. The way we frame this, there would be some, interaction with energy prices, because this would be something that would be co-optimized, and you wouldn't be just procuring this in a standalone environment without thinking about energy and ancillary services. So it would be considered in those prices. And then there is also, as you pointed out, interplay between, flexible ramping product and being awarded, potentially state of charge product. So if you got a whole bunch of megawatt hours of state of charge and, you were required to meet those targets to basically charge every interval, then that, I think, necessarily precludes you from providing flexibility because your resource no longer is capable of deviating from what's necessary to get you to that specific state of charge. So there is some interplay between those other products, and it is interesting to think about how those could kind of work together.
Thanks, Gabe. It would be nice to see some information on what you guys would expect the loss of flexibility on the system would be by introducing a product like this.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, is there still somebody else in queue, Adam?
We do have one more caller on WebEx, and we do have someone on the phone line as well. All right, moving to the next caller in the queue.
This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. And I'll be brief because I think that my fellow stakeholders have done an excellent job capturing a lot of what I was going to say. I completely support what Callie brought up about discriminatory concerns. And I thought Perry, what he just said, was incredibly eloquent summary of what I heard Scott and Jim describing. And I'll give a shout out to the MSC. This is the first meeting that I also have heard any kind of compelling problem statement, and it came from Scott. So this has been invaluable to me. With that problem statement in mind of not enough energy during the next, let's say, net peak, I want to provide a little context and maybe ask if going forward, I really do want to encourage us as a stakeholder community, the MSC and the CAISO, to keep this at 100,000 feet for now. We have finally landed on a problem statement that makes sense, and we are all committed to working on it. I have experience with lots of different types of resources, and I have a lot of experience with use-limited resources from some fun projects that I, was on at the CAISO, having to do with opportunity costs for those resources. And I've had a lot of conversations with owners of use-limited assets, and I just want to reintroduce in the conversation that where the MSC started this is really the right place to start the conversation, not with storage. There's a lot of energy-limited resources. Is storage different in that we're energy limited per cycle rather than per day, where there's many daily energy limited resources that participate in this market? I completely acknowledge that. That actually gives us a little bit more flexibility. The energy limited by day resources, they're faced with the same challenge where the real-time market can issue them instructions that fully deplete their energy limitation prior to the net peak. And so I'm trying to keep this brief, but want to put that out there and say that there absolutely is a similar challenge, at least for other energy limited resources, that does not make storage uniquely different than them. And the kind of solutions that you guys have been considering sound worth exploring, maybe an intraday market. I'll share with you that our thinking of something slightly maybe easier to implement and not too far away from what the CAISO is considering proposing is another ancillary service product. Could be a real-time product. Similarly, I appreciate Perry flagged the flexible ramping product. Maybe it's something that's only in the real time, but I've been calling it a net peak reserve product. The amount of energy identified that we have a concern may not show up during the net peak. Identify that procurement target, and then procure an ancillary service. Procure reserves to be maintained throughout the remainder of the real-time horizons, and that CAISO has many tools already in their market to account for ancillary service awards. And that's something that I really want to encourage us to potentially consider in addition to the intraday markets, and to keep thinking about this as a technology agnostic solution, rather than being focused on the fact that storage stated charge is modeled within the market. To me, that's really just implementation to ensure storage then achieves that reserve. And the CAISO already has stated charge constraints that factor in the ancillary service awards. So again, for me, that's really been where it's gelling. A lot of features already in place to, once the reserve target is set, the reserve award is issued, to resolve a lot of these concerns. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. It is the top of the hour. Let's see, I think we still have one more question. Is that right, Adam, or comment?
That's correct.
If I could ask the commenter to be brief, and then I'll let Gabe respond and wrap by describing what's in the last two slides. So let's go ahead with the last call.
All right, caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Sergio Dueñas with the California Energy Storage Alliance, CISA. I will be very brief. First, thanks to all the other stakeholders in this call. I think most of the points that I've heard here are very accurate and reflect sort of the tension between finding what is the actual problem the ISO is facing, but also the balancing the importance that storage is having and continues to have in the grid. I'd just like to underscore something that Alba brought up and Perry as well. Really, a lot of the problems from CISA's perspective that the ISO is trying to mitigate with this proposal stem from the fact that NGRs are really a different resource relative to conventional assets. And we do have a lot of rules and participation schemes that are sort of trying to put a square shape into a round hole. Because of that, CISA, we've recommended that the ISO tries to focus first in this energy storage enhancements initiative on other near-term items that are affecting the participation and optimization of storage today, prior to immediately working on a substitution to the MSOC. I'd just like to, urge staff to consider that once more, especially as today's conversation, I think, does reflect that perhaps more substantive proposals need to be developed to fix this issue, something like either extending horizons in different markets or even adding a new market like the intraday idea that was shared today. I just wanted to bring that up and keep it in top of mind to Gabe and other people in the staff, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Sergio. Gabe, I'm going to hand this to you. If you could briefly go through the last two slides or make any responses that you'd like to what the stakeholders have said, and then I'll also check in with Jim and Scott.
Yeah, I think, I can be very brief on the last two slides, but I do appreciate the comments from all of the stakeholders and this discussion that we've had today. I think it's incredibly important. So maybe, operator, if we move to slide 6, the next slide. There we go. Yeah, this should be a familiar graph. I've shown it a few times. But it basically just shows and outlines the problem that we've been talking about this whole time, so we don't really need to spend a whole lot of time on it. The yellow line is obviously the net load curve. The gray line is supposed to represent that absolute upper bound of what we think we can get out of all the other capacity across that's available, potentially to serve the evening peaks. And then we're also showing here earlier in the day when the net loads are lowest might be the times when we set a charging requirement. So if we go to the next slide, I don't think we need to spend a whole lot more time on that. I would just note here that on this particular slide, the blue shaded area represents what the requirements would be. So on the next slide,
just a second. I want to pursue that a little bit. I mean, actually, the blue area, we don't know what it is, right? Because it's uncertain. When we're looking at it this far in advance, we don't know what the wind's going to be. We don't know if what else maybe happens. So the blue is at best a guess or whatever, and you probably want to have more than that, right? And that's what the imbalance reserves are for, right?
Well, we use guesses and estimates to formulate results in our day-ahead market. So, I mean, this is just sort of refining what those look like and what you think you might get from solar and wind.
Right. So my point is just it isn't going to be that deterministic. There's going to be a lot of other assessments that factor into this.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree that there are, there's some uncertainty there for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Final slide. Here we are. So for example, the ISO may determine that 3 gigawatt hours is what's necessary, that blue area under the curve. If the storage fleet, so similar today, can ramp at about 1,200 megawatts per hour, what we might see for a requirement is at hour ending 11, a requirement of 1.2 gigawatt hours. At hour ending 12, a requirement for 2.4 gigawatt hours. Hour ending 13, 3.0 gigawatt hours. And we retain that 3.0 gigawatt hours until hour ending 18, when it gets reduced to 2.5, and that would correspond to the reduction in the area under that curve in the last picture that we saw, or the need for state of charge at hour ending 18. And then it declines further at hour ending 19, 20, till eventually the loads wouldn't be above what we expect that we could potentially get from other generations. And that's basically just a quick summary of how this tool could potentially work if implemented in the real-time markets.
Okay, I know Ben wants to get us off the phone, but I got questions about this because this just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't fit with the job description, because on this graph it says we're going to charge this resource. We're going to make this resource charge in hours 11, 12, 13. Then we're going to keep it from discharging for 4 hours, even though it's completely full. And if it discharged, 100 megawatts, it could still refull. I don't understand why we wouldn't be imposing a restriction in, beginning in 15 and then in 16 and 17 that they had to be charged to a minimum level. And of course, it could be expensive, but the thought that there's no flexibility in these storage resources, no matter what happens in those hours when, we could have a reduction, clouds could come through, the solar could go down, a unit could trip off, lots of things could happen. And we're saying that even though they'd have time to recharge after they got us through a problem, I just don't understand why we're locking them up 5 hours, before we need to.
Yeah, I think you kind of said it. The prices would be, we would be imposing the requirement under this outline of the proposal during the lowest priced hours. So you wouldn't charge your resource up during the peak ramping hours because things might be very expensive then. And you would sort of assume that if storage resources did get a day ahead award to charge and discharge, which they obviously would in this case, that the hours that they would be charging up would be these earlier hours in the day when prices are very low. And then, I certainly didn't say that 3.0 was the maximum amount of capacity across the entire storage fleet. In fact, today our maximum amount of capacity for state of charge would be something around 5,000 megawatt hours. And you certainly could have the case where the fleet could be charged up to 4,500 or something an hour ending 14. And if you did have a unit trip off or ramping concerns or something in hour ending 15, you might have additional capacity which you could discharge then. The other thing I would add is that the way we're thinking about enforcing these requirements would be they would be enforced at the last interval of the hour. So if we needed 3.0 gigawatt hours, that would be a requirement on interval 12 of whatever hour you're considering. So if you had some sort of a unit trip or something in interval 10 and you needed additional capacity from your storage resources, you could potentially discharge them with the intention of charging them back up at the end of the hour so that they can meet those requirements.
Well, that's reasonable, Gabe, but it sort of says that if something bad happens in the early part of the hour, we're okay, but if it happens late in the hour, we got a big problem, even though, there's still the next hour. I don't understand the lack of flexibility here, and it points to issues with this. So, okay, I think I made my point.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I think this is what I was saying too. If we agree with Kathleen on the characterization of the problem, it's an evening energy problem, then really we only need that hour 17 value, and we can give the system more flexibility early on. And I think, Gabe, what you said before is that you still want to have some assurance that you're on a trajectory to hit 3.0 at hour 17. But it could give a lot more flexibility in terms of what happens before. I haven't heard anybody from the storage community say they don't like this lack of flexibility, and that's perhaps because they're hoping for revenues for more hours. But if the problem is the evening, I think we only need hour 17. Perhaps the difficulty is that when you're running the real-time market in hour 11, it doesn't see hour 17, so you're not trading off the state of charge at the end of the hour against other things such as flexible ramp or anything else that you provide in the real-time market. So you will lose that ability to trade off. Perhaps that's the issue, Gabe, is the you only have a limited time horizon in RTPD or ITD, and so so you can't impose the state of charge requirement for later. You can't have an auction for state of charge at the end of hour 17 back in the morning. Is that what's going on? Is that the rationale for rolling?
Yeah, I think that is a large part of what's going on. Yes.
No, I don't think that's true at all. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, the point is, if you don't need to start charging till hour 15, then you don't need to put the restriction until hour 15. And the market participants, and the data they've shown, they are charging during the low-priced hours. But if something happens, then they can respond by discharging for a little bit. But it's only if they're below the target in hour 15, then you say, okay, we have to be at least at this point in hour 15, and at least in this point in hour 16, at least this point in hour 17. And you can be a little bit conservative and assume they can't charge at the maximum rate if they're during these hours. But to give them a little slack, we don't need to hold them at this level for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours and only discharge for a few minutes, maybe in the first part of the hour. And you only need to impose the restriction when you get to the point where, okay, they have to start charging now in order to get there.
So, for example, you need 1.8 in hour 16 to hit 3.0 in hour 17. Is that an example?
Yeah, or you could even be conservative and say you need to be 2.4 in hour
Sure.
17 to hit. You could, but you don't need to lock everybody at 3 for 5 hours. And, maybe sometimes there'll still be a lot of capacity that's available, but as we get more and more storage, we might be locking up a lot of our capacity in this. I think that's what people are worried about, that this is going to prevent them from earning, revenues in they're a very good way to provide. I mean, that should be a great way to provide balancing during the day, is storage that can discharge and recharge as there are fluctuations in solar and wind. Otherwise, better than starting up a thermal unit to do it, because we're locking down the storage, and they can't discharge even when they got plenty of time to recharge.
Yep, I think your point's well taken.
Scott, Gabe, any closing remarks before we leave for lunch? Thank you, Scott.
I think I'm okay for now. Thank you.
Okay. Jim, I didn't give you a chance for a closing remark if you'd like one.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So thank you very much, Gabe, and thanks to all the attendees who made comments. This was very vigorous discussion. We didn't get back to the topics on slide 3 that, I thought, oh, gee, we might have all this extra time we have to fill up. Had no problem doing that. So it is now 12:15 Pacific time. We're going to allow a half hour for lunch. And so we will be reconvening at 12:45 Pacific time. And look forward to seeing you then. So operator, we can take our break now. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the MSC meeting. And we have two agenda items this afternoon. The EIM resource efficiency evaluation, which will consist of a presentation by Rahul Kalaskar and Danny Johnson. And that will be followed by another presentation by Scott Harvey on a particular issue. This agenda item will probably go into about 2:15, shooting to end the meeting this afternoon at about 4:15. So at this point, I welcome Rahul and Danny, and you can take it over.
Thanks, Ben. So we had a call on this topic for a straw proposal on Monday. So rather than just rerunning that presentation and information, we instead are looking to give an update to the MSC on the impact of adding the uncertainty requirement to the capacity test, which, as many people are aware, was a change we made in the summer of 2021 Market Enhancements Initiative that the MSC had some concerns about and I think would be looking for an update on. After that, then we are planning to take an opportunity to provide a little additional detail on some aspects of the straw proposal, which we've heard feedback on that there are open questions on, and trying to give a little more clarification on what the ISO is proposing. So with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Rahul, who's going to be covering the impact of the uncertainty requirement to the capacity test. Are you there, Rahul?
Yeah. Can someone confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Danny. And can we go to the next slide? Okay. So as Danny mentioned, we had a change to the bid range capacity test starting in summer 2021. So just a brief background about what's the bid range capacity test. For each trading hour, the market tests for each balancing area to ensure that there is sufficient bidding capacity, flexibility, and the EM area is balanced. This presentation is mainly about the capacity test. And the purpose of the capacity test is to ensure that each balancing area has enough bidding capacity to meet the 15-minute demand forecast, less of any net schedule interchange. There is additional requirement for each balancing area to meet the uncertainty that may arise based on historical information about deviation in the net schedule interchange that's scheduled at T40 and what's tagged after the base schedule submission deadline. So those two were the base requirements, and in summer of 2021, we added an additional requirement where the EIM entity was now expected to have additional capacity to meet the net load uncertainty after factoring in the diversity benefit. And this aspect of net load uncertainty and diversity benefit factor already existed in the flex ramp sufficiency test. We just brought the same methodology from the flex ramp sufficiency test into the bid range capacity test. Okay. Can we go to the next slide? So this slide shows the frequency of capacity test failures for all the EIM entities, including the California ISO, since January of 2021. And, as you expect, if there is an additional requirement for the capacity test, it may pose additional challenge to the balancing area to pass the test. And as expected, around June 15th, or on June 15th, when we implemented this additional requirement, we started seeing an increase in the capacity test failure. So between January and May of 2021, most balancing areas were passing capacity test almost 99.5% of intervals. So less than 0.5% of intervals there was failure. There is one very unusual time frame in February where you see SRP with significant capacity test failure. Those are related to a gas price spike event where the natural gas price was unusually high, and the marginal cost for certain resources was exceeding the bid cap. So some resources stopped bidding in the market, especially in the EIM. So that's more of an outlier in this chart. But if you, for a moment, ignore the data point, you can clearly see, beginning from June, there is an increase in the capacity test failure. And even after the increase, you can see most EIM entities have a failure rate of less than 1%, and we see 2 or 3 EIM entities whose capacity test failure rate exceeds, let's say, the 2% threshold. With SRP and Portland General are the 2 EIM entities you can see have in some months exceeded that 2% mark. But overall, most entities have a failure rate of less than 1%. And this is just expected that, in addition to the additional requirements, summer months can be challenging because we have seen several days where there is a west-wide heat event, and that can really cause stressful conditions for some areas. So with that, Adam, can we move to the next slide? This slide shows the same information for what we had in the monthly format, but only for the time frame from June 15th through August 15th, which is the time period when we had the additional requirement for the net load uncertainty. And if you look at for most days, for most of the balancing areas, the blue tile essentially says that they have no capacity test failure, and that's true for most of the EIM entities. There are a handful of EIM entities. On certain days, you can see they have a higher capacity test failures, and those days would give an indication that during those times the demand is pretty high, either in that BA or that BA and several other BAs in that area. And we can see, SRP and Northwest have some days where they have unusually high capacity test failure, and the highest rate reaching around 25%. So those just indicate that either the area has some maybe unusual conditions for that day, or some issues that would drive that failure. But most of the other days, we see that most entities are passing. Adam, can we go to the next slide? This is a really good representation of where we have challenges in passing the capacity test. As you can see from this chart, most of the balancing areas have challenges in passing the capacity test around the peak and the net load peak. So the peak for most balancing areas would be around hour ending 17 and 18. And the net load peak is usually around 19 and 20. So you can see that, the highest frequency of failure tends to be in hour ending 19 and 20. So the highest rate for SRP is around 13% in hour ending 20 and around 10% in hour ending 19. At the same time, historically there has been discussion about ISO's capacity test results, and we can see ISO also does have a challenge in passing the capacity test, which has been in around hour ending 19 and in hour ending 20, and the highest percentage is around 4%. And most of these numbers on the chart are rounded. So, it may be slightly higher or lower than these absolute numbers, but this chart is essentially trying to show a trend, which are the problematic hours and where we may see tight supply condition in the entire EIM footprint. Adam, can we go to the next? Okay. So the obvious question is, when the EIM entities fail the capacity test, how much are they short by? And, what is the magnitude? Is it pretty much same around all the BAs, or are they different? And you can see, as expected, California has the highest shortage whenever they fail the capacity test. And that's because of the size. California being the highest balancing area, you can see that, the average capacity test shortfall is around 556 megawatts. And as expected, that's happening in our ending 19. And this is the time when, the solar output is going down and the demand is still, not tapering down, but still hovering around. And during the, high temperature days, we tend to see those are the days when there is some challenges in passing the capacity test, mainly for the ISO. For other balancing areas, there may be some key metrics that would give us, insights as to what's exactly happening. So, for example, if we look at Northwest, their capacity test failure is pretty small, and it's usually less than around 20 megawatts. And that could fall within the margin of the net load uncertainty that were added. And similarly, if you look at Portland, their capacity test failure rate is somewhere, the average megawatt is somewhere around 20 in most hours, and in some hours you will see that it's a little bit higher. And similar trend is observed in SRP, where you have their average imbalance somewhere around 100, and in other hours it can go lower. Adam, can we go to the next slide? So, so far we have shown the metrics about the market results from what we implemented. And the next obvious question is, what would have been the market outcome if we had not included the net load uncertainty for the capacity test? And to answer that question, we need to think about, what is the impact of failing the capacity test? Essentially, if you fail the capacity test, the EIM transfer for that balancing area is going to be capped in that direction. So if an EIM entity fails the capacity up test, then its import EIM transfers are going to be capped. Similarly, if a EIM area failed the flex ramp up test, then their EIM transfers would be capped in the import direction. So what we did is we did a counterfactual calculation where we checked what is the outcome of the capacity test if we did not include the net load uncertainty. That gave us one data point, and then we said, okay, in the same hour, did the EIM entity fail the flex ramp sufficiency test? We included those data points, and then we included any other interval that the EIM area would have the capacity flex ramp sufficiency test failures. So as expected, when we don't include the impact of the net load uncertainty in the capacity test, there is a reduction in the number of failures for the EIM entities. And you can clearly see that, for example, Portland it sees a significant reduction in the number of intervals in which it would have failed the capacity test. And similarly, you do see that Northwest has the same impact. There is a significant reduction, at least in the number of days where they failed the capacity test. And SRP being the other VA that saw a reduction. And it does not see necessarily a reduction in number of days it fails the test, but the frequency on those days does reduce. So yes, the addition of the net load uncertainty did increase the capacity test failure. And then, we can look at the last slide here to see, what's the impact on the hourly results. Adam, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the same information, similar metric as the previous chart. Instead of a daily metric, you now see a hourly metric, and clearly there is a reduction in the frequency of capacity test failure or the impact of the test failures. For example, if I focus on CAISO, the CAISO's overall failure or the impact was around 5% before it gets reduced to 2%. And for SRP, the overall rate was around 3% for the same time frame. It gets reduced to around 2%. And similarly, all the other balancing areas are somewhere in that ballpark. Let me pause here and see if there are any questions.
Adam, is there anybody queued up?
I do not see anyone in the queue as of yet, and just a reminder that you use the raise hand icon located above the chat panel to enter the queue. All right, and I'm not seeing anyone in the queue yet.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Rahul, please continue.
I think that's all I had for this section, and I'll hand it off to Danny for the next.
Thanks, Rahul.
Okay.
MSC,
Terrific.
Do you have any further questions on this data or anything more you'd be looking for? Regarding
no, it's interesting. There isn't a big impact, so that's good. But it'll be interesting and it looks like the impact is mostly on the days where you'd expect, in the hours in which there would be a capacity shortage. One of the things we're worried about is a lot of failures due to anomalous outcomes in the uncertainty requirement, and we aren't seeing a lot of failures earlier in the day. But it's hard to tell from this, how many of these, these additional failures are due to anomalous requirements or just because things were tight.
Yeah, I think we'd also look to kind of come back and re-perform this analysis when the actual calculation of uncertainty gets switched over to with the quantile regression methodology rather than just the histogram. So I would envision hopefully that would even further reduce any of the anomalous failures that we were concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to, do we have the ability to look at, what the uncertainty requirement was in the hours in which people failed compared to the normal uncertainty requirement, and to what extent, there are outlier requirements that are associated with failures?
Yeah, I think those are good questions, and we can take that into consideration for future analysis and include that in our monthly report.
It'd be great if we can do something like that to understand, track what the impact of outliers are, both on this system and looking forward to the quantile regression. We can't assume it's going to work perfectly. We have to track it.
Sure, that makes sense.
We do have a question in the queue now. All right. Caller, your line's being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Rahul. It's Tyler Moore at APS. I just had a question on the uncertainty for net load. When you add it to the capacity test, is there any situation that could actually reduce your requirement and the capacity? I think it would happen if you were under forecasting burrs and load, but that since flex ramp net load uncertainty goes up and down, or is it a minimum function of 0 and a positive value that transfers into the capacity test requirement?
The uncertainty value is capped to 0, so it would not go down below 0.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we do not have any additional questions in the queue at this time.
All right, thanks, Adam. I think we can move to the next slide then. So a topic that we discussed in some depth on Monday was the calculation of the net uncertainty for interties. We wanted to go a little bit deeper and kind of explain how this is currently calculated to try to help stakeholders in developing their feedback to us of are these thresholds that we use for this calculation correct? So again, this is intended to account for the deviation between T40 and T20. It uses a 95% confidence interval, and it's structured to both look at what is your relative deviation to your imports and then what is your absolute deviation over the previous 3-month period from the 15th day of the current month to the 15th day of 3 months prior. So it calculates a relative deviation and developing a relative deviation histogram by looking at the actual versus the scheduled divided by scheduled. It also looks at the absolute deviation, which would just be what actually shows up with the T20 tag and what was scheduled at T40. In calculating the additional upward requirement, it actually takes a minimization of your relative load deviation at 2.5% on the relative load deviation histogram times your net schedule or your absolute low percentile. So if we can go to the next slide, we have a couple quick examples that kind of walk through how this would work. So if your relative load deviation is 3% and your absolute load deviation is 50, in the first example, when you have 1,000 megawatts of scheduled interchange, it would compute an additional requirement of 30 megawatts since essentially your relative deviation times your expected interchange is lower than what was observed over the previous 3 months. The second example has a larger megawatt of interchange or scheduled interchange. So in this case, it wouldn't penalize you for this larger deviation. It would actually look at just what is your largest deviation over the previous 3 months. So it scales relative to the size of the scheduled interchange. So hopefully this provides a little additional information for stakeholders when they're trying to think through, is this the right way to capture the potential deviation? And I know Scott has some questions later in his presentation that further address this, but I'll wait to discuss those in his presentation. Next slide.
Actually, can we talk about this now?
Yeah,
sure.
It
would help to understand this. And actually going back to the first slide on this, because I might not have understood this. We were talking about the other day. So the requirement is that the first requirement, the percentage requirement, is that the sum over all 90 days? So do you take the sum of the difference between the actual net scheduled and the net scheduled over 90 days and average it? Or do you calculate that for each of the 90 days and take the day with the 2.5% worst percentage?
I believe it is the latter, where it's calculated every day, and then that histogram is used, and it screens out the 2.5 worst.
Hey, this is Brad. Hey, can we go back a slide? I think people are might be having a hard time following the discussion.
Yeah, go to slide 9.
Yeah.
Go one back slide further. Okay. So the relative deviation, this is calculating that ratio not on average for the 90 days, but calculating a value for every day and then taking the third worst, because basically we're going to have 90, this is calculated hour by hour, right? So it's calculated separately for each hour, hour ending 1 through 24?
That's right.
Yeah. So we basically had 90 data points. So when we calculate the 2.5%, we're basically taking the third worst outcome over those prior 30 days, and we're doing it one way based on a percentage, and then the other one we're doing based on the same thing. Day by day, we have 90 data points, and we're taking the third worst outcome.
That's
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's good. That's very helpful to clarify this, and we can, I'll come back to this when I get to my slide, but this is helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. The other topic we wanted to discuss was regarding how demand response would be counted. There was a little bit of confusion about what type of demand response the ISO would look to allow EIM entities to adjust their load forecast based on, as well as is there equitable treatment for that type of demand response for the CAISO. So when we were thinking about this, we thought that this would be demand response that the EIM entity planned to use in the next hour, not speculative demand response that they could use, but if we're going to be adjusting the demand forecast, which the load-based schedule is calculated off of, as well as crediting it in the RSC, our expectation was there is an intention to use this demand response. This then raises an equitability question with the CAISO about how we would potentially treat the ELRP demand response, which is not our PDR or RDRR, it's more emergency load reduction, and the compensation is if that emergency load reduction occurs, there's no mechanism to force the demand reduction to occur like there is with a PDR that gets committed or RDRR. So our thought was that we would, for the ISO, not look to include this as a means to adjust our RSC requirements, again, just because we are looking to only count an RSC supply or demand reduction that we would have confidence that it would show up. And the fact that this is just no performance for no pay means we would not necessarily have confidence on the full signed up amounts being able to show up, so we wouldn't want to inadvertently credit the ISO for capacity that's not going to show up. I'd like to see if we have any questions before we turn it over to Dr. Harvey.
All right, and I do think we have a question on the phone line. Caller, your line's being unmuted. Please go ahead.
This is Michelle Keto from Energy Division. I just have one question. So I understand you're thinking about ELRP, and it's based on the idea that there's no penalty. But what about other EIM entities that potentially use their demand response? Do you know if they have a penalty mechanism that would be in place if they didn't show up? Or are they just calling them and hoping that they would reduce their demand?
Well, Michelle, I think that's a good question. And when we thought about this, the EIM actually creates a little bit of a penalty mechanism with the design that we're proposing. Since the same megawatt quantity would be reduced in the calculation of the load-based schedule, they could potentially be charged imbalance and then even the underscheduling penalties if it doesn't show up. So there's an incentive for the EIM entities to only utilize demand response programs that they would have confidence in showing up.
Okay, and that doesn't apply to the CAISO itself?
Regarding ELRP, well, we wouldn't have that same, that's simply no pay, no performance.
No, but I think Michelle's question is, the CAISO subject to those sign and balance charges that the EIM entities are? And I think the answer is no. I think that's Michelle's question.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. That is. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you for helping to clarify, Scott.
All right, and we do have another question in the queue. Your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead. And just a reminder to the caller to take their personal device off mute.
Good afternoon. This is Tom Burns with Pacific Corp. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to the net scheduled interchange uncertainty test, I was a little bit confused and looking for clarification. Are we measuring against the net actual interchange after the hour or the change between T-40 and T-20?
It's T40 to T20.
Okay, then the comment that I would have is that is not necessarily reflective of what the actual delivery of energy was for the hour. That might be an area of improvement if we're doing this on a look-back basis anyway. In regards to that test also, I would ask, so if there is deviations in the net actual interchange, and that deviation is not greater than the excess capacity from the bid range capacity test, those results should probably be considered not included in any increase in that net scheduled interchange uncertainty. So, and then I would like to jump back to Raul's slides real quick. And I'm curious if there was any change in the previous intervals for the entities that failed. Were they continuing to export? Were they importing before and they stopped importing? I think that would be important to know if this test is actually, changing behavior or, I guess, detecting areas where there's actual shortfalls in capacity. Also, commenting on this test, I would say that, there is not a great deal of change between the passage rate of the old test versus the new test, but there is no measure of the cost for compliance with the new test. And getting back to my previous comment, there's not necessarily any indication that behavior is changing, but there is an increased cost for compliance with increased uncertainty. So in regards to demand response, I do want to commend CAISO for, looking for a mechanism for EIM entities to be able to have their demand response participate. And I would like to encourage steps towards having demand response be participating resources within the EIM. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I think on your point that you made regarding the interaction with the intertie calculation, and is it accurate looking back from T40 to T20, or should it look from T40 to what was actually delivered? I think this is the exact type of feedback that we are trying to solicit by asking these questions. We have the ability to revise this calculation through the stakeholder initiative. So if the current calculation isn't capturing what we think it needs to capture, which would be intertie uncertainty accurately, we're very open to adjusting it. So please detail in your comments how you think we may be better able to make this calculation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, and we do not have any additional callers in the queue at this time.
Okay, Adam, I think that the CAISO's portion of the RSC discussion is largely done. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Dr. Harvey.
Okay, this is Scott. Great, why don't you go to the second slide? And what I'm basically going to talk about is the load conformance adjustments, because there's been discussion by the stakeholders. I listened to the call on Monday, and I understand there's the concern about whether the load conformance in the CAISO and maybe other places reflects understated load. And I think this is complicated. One thing, it isn't clear when people are talking about this whether the adjustment will be based on typical RTD load conformance adjustments or HASP or RTPD. And I think that's important to be clear about what we're talking about. When I look at the HASP and RTP adjustments, it seems to me they're mostly made to drive commitment of resources and get additional interchange scheduled to create flexibility rather than being an accurate estimate of the expected load forecast error. And go to the next slide. This is from the DMM report that came out a few weeks ago, and you can see that the load bias in HASP here is very large. 1,000 megawatts, 700 megawatts in those hours. But then when you look down to RTD, it's much lower. It only reaches 200 megawatts in a couple of hours, and a lot of times it's around zero or even negative at times. So there's a big difference in terms of the magnitude of what we're talking about. Go over to the next slide then. It seems to me that including the HASP, even a typical level of HASP or RTB adjustments in the resource sufficiency test would materially overstate the actual CAISO load because of the reason those HASP and RTP adjustments are being made. We talked about this, generally in the conversations with the CAISO and the stakeholders, but I thought it'd be useful to just put down a numerical example to maybe make this crystal or more clear at least. So we think about the CAISO load, the actual expected load is 35,000. Suppose there's a flexible ramp requirement of 1,600 megawatts of which is supposed to be scheduled in the CAISO. But suppose the CAISO operators expect that because of the various issues with the way FlexiRamp is scheduled, that they'll only actually have 500 megawatts in if they schedule of the 1,000 megawatts in RTPD, only 500 megawatts will actually be available in RTD. So they're not going to let that happen. So what they do is they go in and increase the HASP and RTB forecast to get additional units committed or interchange scheduled so that they've got more ramp. So suppose the operators thought, I'm pulling all these numbers out of the air, they're just supposed to be illustrating the concern and the issue. And suppose they thought if they increased the load forecast by 500 megawatts in RTPD, they get 250 megawatts of real 15-minute ramp and 15 minutes of phantom ramp that would be available in a longer time frame. So since they thought that they'd only get 250 by bumping it by 500, they decide they need to bump it to 1,000. So, go over to slide 5. So they do this arithmetic. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, so they say, okay, we're going to have to bump the HASP forecast by 1,000 to 36,000. And that way we'll get 1,000 megawatts of FlexiRamp that's deliverable in 15 minutes, and we'll get another 500 megawatts of phantom ramp that'll be deliverable in a longer time frame, but at least we've got the 1,000 megawatts that we want in 15 minutes. So if we look at this in real terms, what this means in RTD, the CAISO would have 1,500 megawatts of capacity in excess of its load. It'd have 500 megawatts more than it needs to meet its capacity obligation. But if we increase the sufficiency test to 36,000, the CAISO would fail the test by 500, even though it is more than enough. So this is why I think it'd be a really bad idea to factor these HASP and RTPD load conformance adjustments, even average typical levels, into the load forecast, because they're driven by completely different considerations, and actually they're basically driven so that the CAISO has extra capacity so we can pass the sufficiency test. You can see a circular failure that, okay, we're going to count that against you in calculating the sufficiency test, so then they raise it more to pass the test, but then that raises the threshold, so there's nothing they can do. So let's pause here and see if there are any comments from the stakeholders or others on those thoughts.
And I do see we have one commenter in the queue. The line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon, Dr. Harvey. This is Jeff Spires with PowerX. Thanks for raising this topic. As you say, it has had a lot of discussion with stakeholders at the workshop on Monday, as well as some of the previous workshops. And like you say, this is a complicated issue. And during those discussions, we had proposed that it would be appropriate to include the amount of basically average load conformance that was applied in the RTPD. And I agree with your comments and the statements basically that point out that the load conformance that the CAISO operators are using is not specifically to correct for forecast error. And I think that's true, but as you pointed out, the conformance is being used for other purposes, namely to increase imports from other areas into the CAISO BA, which then allows for CAISO's internal resources to be backed down, and that additional headroom can be used for meeting the flexibility needs, especially going into the net load ramp in the afternoon hours. And I think there's a couple of important outcomes from that are worth considering when trying to evaluate how to best treat load conformance in the context of the EIM sufficiency tests. And the first point is that the load conformance that's being applied in the RTPD actually changes the EIM FMM dispatch. And so these adjustments are actually playing a direct role in the dispatch of EIM resources, including causing additional EIM imports to be scheduled into the CAISO BA. So from that perspective, the conformance is basically a mechanism for the CAISO operators to dispatch EIM resources in other EIM BAAs to help bring that supply in and manage the CAISO's flexibility challenges. And so sort of putting that outcome in the context of the EIM sufficiency test, there are two impacts that jump out. One is the headroom on the CAISO's internal resources that is created by bringing in additional EIM supply can then be used towards meeting the flexible ramping sufficiency test for the following hour. So having load conformance, creating more headroom in the current hour will play a direct role in whether or not the CAISO is meeting the flex test for the following hour. And then the second point on the sufficiency test is that the consequences of failure are to freeze EIM transfers to the current level. And so again, if you have load conformance in the FMM that's increasing your EIM imports as you're heading into the peak hours, then if there is a failure of resource sufficiency, the transfer limit that's applied is likely to be higher than it would have been without the load conformance. So it's sort of these other related elements of the load conformance to resource sufficiency where not only is it dispatching additional imports in the EIM itself, but it's also having an impact on the ability for CAISO to pass a future resource sufficiency test, as well as setting a higher freezing limit during failures, that it seemed to us it would be appropriate to include that amount of typical conformance into the test so that the sufficiency evaluation is in effect measuring whether the BA has sufficient supply as measured against the demand forecast that's actually being used to dispatch the market itself. So I just wanted to add a little bit of an explanation.
But it's not the forecast of the used dispatch. It's not being used in RTD. And, you know, they have to have the high, if they have the high forecast in HASS, they have to put the same forecast into RPTD because they don't want to not bring on units that they were counting on bringing on in HASS. And, you know, the point, if the ISO reduced its RPTs, you know, say, okay, well, we can pass the test because we got phantom RA, that wouldn't be right because the CAISO has to actually balance the system. You know, they need to have that capacity. They're not counting on EIM to balance them. They're putting in these forecast adjustments in RPD, so we've got CAISO capacity to balance the system. So I think if this would hamstring the operators in terms of actually passing the sufficiency test. I don't know what they do, exceptionally dispatch imports or something so it wouldn't count. You can schedule, any other EIM entity can schedule imports to enable them to pass the sufficiency test, and the way the CAISO does that is through the HASP and RTPD. So, unless we have some other mechanism, the CAISO needs to increase the forecast, obviously, in order to get the imports so they can not only pass the sufficiency test, but pass the real-world test of being able to balance, load and demand in real time. And it'd obviously be better, Jeff, if we could get the blasted FlexiRamp fixed so that it was accurate. The operators didn't have to do this, but until then, we got to realize why they're doing it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I do recognize there are specific challenges with the CAISO and the way that the EIM dispatch is intrinsically linked with the HASP and with the market in real time overall. But I do think there is a distinction here between this approach and the outcomes as opposed to the other EIM entities, because the other EIM entities can certainly secure additional imports, but they have to do that through bilateral transactions ahead of the EIM, and those can attract often significantly higher costs to do that. And so, the EIM entities don't have the ability to actually deploy EIM transfers as the means to creating more headroom for purposes of passing resource sufficiency. So I think there is, some complexities there, but just in terms of the outcomes and some of the challenges of this load conformance, I think, that's what I was trying to lay out was some of the specific impacts that we're grappling with and trying to figure out, what's the appropriate way to address some of those.
Yeah, but Jeff, I want to go back and remember we talked through back in March and April the way the CAISO does the capacity test, and EIM transfers don't help us pass that test. So nothing, and that's one of the problems that it's actually a handicap of the CAISO that they can, if they goose it in RPD and they get more supply, it doesn't help them from the EIM. It doesn't help them in the pass the test.
I agree. So, you're right. Although I do think the one distinction I would make there is in the context of the capacity test. I agree with that the additional EIM transfers don't play a role. I don't think that's true for the flexible ramping sufficiency test, because the positioning of the internal resources in the current hour that is an input to the flexible ramping sufficiency test. So the more headroom on your internal resources that you have in the current hour, the more upward flexibility you have for meeting the future hours tests. So just a point of clarification there, I think EIM transfers do play a role in the resource sufficiency evaluations overall, but like you say, not with the capacity test specifically.
Right, and I think the ramping test, it's true for every EIM entity benefits on the flexibility test from having EIM imports. It isn't just the CAISO. And the EIM entities can do lots of things to adjust their bids and so forth to attract more imports. So just as the CAISO has to do it through RTPD, the EIM entities have their own switches to pull to create more imports in EIM if they want to pass the flexibility test. But I think we got the check that no one can cheat because we got the capacity test.
I think, well, maybe I would just leave you with a question, which is, would we want to see a situation where more BAs were using load conformance adjustments as a means to either increase or decrease EIM imports depending on how they want to position their resources. I recognize that the CAISO has unique issues that it grapples with, and that the EIM is not necessarily the reason that they're using that tool specifically. But on the other hand, I don't know that using those types of adjustments to alter the outcome is really something that we would want to see being expanded, nor do I really think it's something that others are doing specifically, or at least the data doesn't seem to suggest that.
I don't agree with that premise. I mean, I think every EIM entity should have the ability to adjust their bids on their resources if they want to pull in more imports to back them down. And I assume that other EIM entities do adjust which resources they put into the dispatch and at what prices to manage their balance. But the thing is, we don't want leaning in terms of capacity. But everybody's supposed to be able to, back down resources, and EIM entities can do that by adjusting the bids on their resources. The CAISO can't.
Yeah, I agree that resources and bids are adjustable, absolutely. I think that the focus here is on the load forecast that gets used in the market solution and plays a role in determining the transfers, which then, like I mentioned before, influence the resource sufficiency test, both in terms of whether or not a BA passes or fails, but also what the resulting failure consequences are when transfers are frozen at a potentially higher level because of that adjustment. So, no issue around submitting bids or making adjustments. I think the issues that I'm raising are specific to the load forecast adjustments and some of the repercussions of that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that that's the way the CAISO achieves the same thing that EIM participants achieve by changing their offer prices. So I think we can't raise one issue without raising the other. And I don't think it's unintended for EIM entities to be able to do that. But we don't want leaning, but it is envisioned that people adjust their bids and everything to balance themselves, and they can't. The EIM is a great way to do that when power's cheap. So we've probably beaten that horse to death, but if you have anything else, we can.
No, I think you're right. We can move on, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide some thoughts. So thank you.
And I do not think we have any additional comments in the queue at this time.
Okay, let's go on to the next slide, and I just have a couple points there. On the second part on the quantile regression, I listened to the call and I agree there's no need to study how the current uncertainty requirement is going and what the problems are with it. But I think we really need to, I haven't heard anything about how much testing there's going to be, or if there is testing, how well the quantile regression method will perform. And I think it's important to not just assume it's going to be great, and to study how it's performing and understand the outliers and study the outliers. That's part of what I was talking about in the earlier discussion with the CAISO. So we don't need to dwell on that, but I think it's important to track that. Now go on to the next slide. And this is going to tie back to what we talked about earlier about the intertie deviations. And I just think we need to think about this, how we realize that, basically this 2.5 percentile sounds good in 90 days, but the way the CAISO is doing it, the 2.5 percentile is determined by the third observation, because they're 90 days and, it's the third worst observation. And the question is that a good predictor? If you're trying to estimate the 2.5% tail with 90 data points, that isn't a good sample for estimating the tail. And, DMM did a great analysis back, a couple of years ago of where the CAISO was using this look-back methodology in RTPD, and without really focusing on the small sample size, and then we get all these anomalies up and down. Our DMM had this great picture in one of the annual reports showing how the requirement was flopping from the minimum to the maximum from interval to interval over the day, because we're pulling in one or another anomalous data point. And I think we should look at the data coming out of this. And, you know, I think listening to the market participants and some of their comments, I wonder if this is actually not giving a good prediction that we have a couple, you know, we have one more bad outcome in a period, and it drives the ratio way up, and then we don't have it in one period, and it drops, you know, as one day drops in or out, we have a swing. So I think we ought to look at, you know, how well, you know, what is the variability and volatility of this ratio to get us an indication of how sensitive it is to individual bad outcomes, and then, you know, look at whether maybe there's a different way to look at this. And then the other side of this is, you know, when we start compiling 2.5 percentiles on this and 2.5 percentiles on that and 2.5 percentiles on something else, we need to start thinking about whether those percentiles are perfectly correlated, somewhat correlated, or uncorrelated. Because unless they're perfectly correlated, we shouldn't be adding the 3% and the 3% because they're not both going to happen at the same time. So I think the CAISO, you know, and given that we're choosing these small numbers, I mean, as long as the 3% is a really tiny number and doesn't affect anybody much, you know, it's okay. But if this is leading to significant changes in the requirement, then we should be looking at the correlations between the other uncertainty adjustment and this, and are these compounding each other or not? And I think maybe that's what the gentleman from Pacific Corp was driving at with his comments about looking at whether we were surplus or whatever in these intervals with the deviations, you know, the intertie deviations, to look at whether these deviations are actually correlated with the, you know, the uncertainty or whether they're not. And are we compounding in all these uncertainties and leading to too high a requirement potentially? So that was my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Scott. I think you really point out some things that we're actually actively doing analysis on to try to answer these questions. So I think I'd defer to Raul and Guillermo about what form we would present that analysis in, but this is something that we do plan on trying to get the data on to figure out, is this calculation correct, and help inform stakeholders on maybe how it wouldn't be correct or how it could be improved. And then I do think you are also right that we need to consider all of the different uncertainty requirements more holistically to make sure we're not being overly constrictive with the additional requirements we're placing on the capacity test.
Great. Ben or Jim, you want to jump in? Do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything. Thanks, Scott. Jim?
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, and I'm not going to dwell on the last slide. I don't need to talk about it. I'm just putting it out there. When we talk about the goals of, listen to some of the goals of the sufficiency test, go one more slide. I think, you know, we should have a goal of not incenting inefficient behavior. And in particular, what I see as the bigger purpose of the Western EIM is to enable us to utilize make sure that the intermittent resource output is utilized. And I don't think we want to have a test that causes people to commit excess thermal generation during hours when we're actually awash in intermittent energy, and the price of FlexiRamp is zero. So we you know, and just saying, well, you can schedule that in the hour-ahead market, but I think the reason we have the EIM is that doesn't work with, you know, intermittent output that may be large in a balancing area, but a bunch of people own it, and trying to do these transactions is in the traditional framework isn't going to work. That's why we have the EIM. So I think, you know, all this is good. We don't want leaning on the pool. We want everybody to bring their capacity to the table. But on the other hand, we don't want to inadvertently put in rules that have, EIM participants starting a thermal unit when the place of flexi ramp is 0 and we got lots of intermittent resource output to shuffle around the WEC. And then the other point is also obvious. We do have to keep in mind, complexity not just for the CAISO but the EIM entities, and also being able to make sure it's working right, that we can figure out whether it's going wrong or not. It's not so complicated that it goes on for 3 years without us realizing it's screwed up. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Scott. Adam, do we have anybody queued up with any last questions or comments?
We do not have anyone in the queue at this time.
Okay. Well, great. So I think we've ended this agenda item early, and thank you for the discussion, everybody. And it's particularly Danny, Rahul, and Scott for your presentations. So I'm looking, and I do see that James Friedrich is here. So James, if you're ready, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is the day-ahead market enhancements discussion. And there are 3 presentations. This, as everybody knows, this is something that the folks first started talking about 3 years ago, and has a lot of moving parts, interacts with other initiatives as well, so it is quite complex. And today's presentations reflect that, in that James is going to be talking a lot about unbalanced reserves in terms of procuring those. The new proposal had just a penalty price rather than demand curve. Market power mitigation for both balanced reserves and reliability capacity, and RUC pricing design. Scott will then follow with another presentation on the issues concerning RUC pricing, in particular concerns about cost shifting that may occur under the present design and may persist under the future design if we're not careful. And then finally, I'll briefly introduce another issue, which is forecast uncertainty. Right now the proposal is for all balanced reserves to be 15-minute dispatchable, and if such reserves are inexpensive and ample, then that restriction may not be costly. But if, on the other hand, there are other potential sources of balanced reserves that require more time, lead time to be dispatched, but would be less expensive to do so, it's depending on when uncertainty about net load in real time is resolved or largely resolved, it could be that a mix of longer and 15-minute lead time resources would be significantly less expensive. However, that might require a more complicated market design. At any rate, I'm going to review some data, some of which is from the California ISO, and most of which is from other places that show, give you an idea of when uncertainty is resolved about wind, solar, and finally net load, which will give you an idea of what roles longer lead time resources could potentially serve in terms of providing reserves. Any rate, I've just given my presentation, I guess. James, it's all yours.
Thanks, Ben. And thanks for having me presenting today on day-ahead market enhancements. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So this sort of outlines the topics that we want to discuss today, some of which I'll be facilitating and some of which MSC members will be facilitating. We did post our second revised straw proposal for the day-ahead market enhancements on July 21st and followed up with a stakeholder meeting on July 27th. We also posted the draft technical appendix to the day-ahead market enhancements on August 6th, and we realized that stakeholders have a lot of questions that dive into some of the technical details contained within the appendix and haven't allocated sufficient time for stakeholders to discuss some of those details. So I'd like to start out by saying that we are committing to holding a follow-on stakeholder workshop to go over some of the technical details. With that being said, I am going to talk about a few of the more controversial items as indicated through the stakeholder comments today, but I want stakeholders to be aware that, there will be opportunities to interact with the CAISO and ask technical questions, many of which were posed in the comments. And that will happen before, CAISO moves forward with formulating its draft final proposal. We're anticipating that workshop to be on or close to September 13th. So I believe that's in roughly 2 weeks, maybe 2.5. So getting back to the presentation, first I'd like to really start the presentation by taking a step back and redefining sort of the problem statement and the objectives that DAME is trying to solve. And with that, to discuss, the imbalance reserves as the major star of the day-ahead market enhancements and why we believe imbalance reserves are a necessary addition to the ISM, what the benefits it will provide, what purpose it has. And then we'll transition from that conversation into some other related market design features related to imbalance reserves, like the nature of imbalance reserves as a 15-minute product we'll talk about, and that will tie into Ben's presentation later. We'll talk about the proposal to, the second revised straw proposal pivoted away from using a demand curve to procure imbalance reserves and towards a penalty price. And so we'll talk about what the purpose of that pivot was and other details related to that. We'll talk about the what we're kind of calling the P97.5 idea, which intends to limit procurement of imbalance reserves and reliability capacity on resources that have high energy costs but have low availability prices. So we'll talk a little bit about that. At a high level, we'll discuss market power mitigation of imbalance reserves and reliability capacity, why we think we need it, and some of the related questions that we got in the stakeholder comments around that. And then we'll transition to Scott's conversation about rough pricing. So we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to get through the next 3 slides, and then I'll pause for discussion. So again, I'd like to, in response to the stakeholder comments, we'd like to sort of take a step back and reassess what the purpose of the day-ahead market enhancements is for and how imbalance reserves, we think, fills the need for the problems that we're trying to solve. So we all know that the California ISO and really the Western grid is changing, has changed, and is continuing to change. We have fewer and fewer traditional generators on the system, and those that are being replaced with renewables and other use limited resource types. And we have, within that transition, there is more variability and uncertainty in what the load will be, and that has caused imbalances between the day-ahead market and the real-time market to grow. Today, the CAISO system operators are relying on out-of-market actions of various types to procure additional capacity and ramping to meet this uncertainty. And the reason why they're having to rely on out-of-market actions is because the day-ahead market, and in particular the IFM, lacks a product to procure the capacity and ramping for uncertainties through the market. So we'll go to the next slide. So this systemic out-of-market action signals a gap in our market, and we think that gap can be filled with imbalance reserves. We think that imbalance reserves can resolve several market inefficiencies that exist today. First, obviously, with a capacity product that is essentially the same type of service or product that operators are looking to get through out-of-market actions, we can procure in the IFM through the market process. That, with the imbalance reserve products, that should give system operators more confidence in the day-ahead market solution. It should reduce the out-of-market actions, and in reducing out-of-market actions should cascade into a number of market benefits, one of which we've documented in various analyses, that out-of-market actions contribute to divergence between day-ahead IFM prices and the set of real-time market prices, where fewer out-of-market actions should help those markets converge in terms of their pricing. The imbalance reserve should create more efficient market prices that better reflect system costs and conditions, both by procuring imbalance reserves on a nodal or locational basis that respects transmission constraints, and also by co-optimizing them with energy schedules in the IFM. So resources, instead of providing this capacity through RUC adjustments or other types of exceptional dispatch or other out-of-market actions, we can actually compensate resources for their availability costs and other opportunity costs that they take by reserving that capacity for use in real time. And these more efficient market prices, better reflect the need for this type of capacity in the IFM, where the price for IFM sort of proxies as a price for flexibility in the day-ahead market, where you can, because they're procured locationally and by the hour, you can see when and where these types of flexible reserves are needed on the system. And there's also additional efficiencies we think are created within the RA space. Some of these Scott will talk about in his proposal, but from our perspective, imbalance reserves in the long run should eliminate the need to pay for 100% of the RA fleet to be offering each day of the month in the real time. So, by replacing the RA real-time must offer obligation with imbalance reserves, we are, should be reducing, the costs of having resources required to be available in real time all the time, and instead they will be only required when the market perceives that they're needed. The other benefit of that is that we'll make more efficient use of the RA fleet for meeting the needs. So that's intended to say, today our RA resources are required to bid $0 in the RUC process. Today, or in the future, with imbalance reserves, they'll be able to actually represent their costs of availability, and thus the resources that the market chooses to withhold or hold their capacity for imbalance reserves will be more efficiently chosen. Next slide, and then I'll stop for discussion there. So sticking with the imbalance reserves, we'd like to address some comments that we received from stakeholders about why imbalance reserves specifically are the fill the gap that I explained earlier with the systemic out-of-market actions and the need for additional capacity and ramping to meet uncertainty. So there were a few commenters who suggested that the imbalance reserve product may not be necessary to achieve or to solve the problems that DAME is trying to solve, and we would like to discuss that here. One reason maybe why stakeholders might believe the imbalance reserves are unnecessary is that there may be redundancies with RUC. For example, one may say, well, if instead of having out-of-market actions to bias the RUC forecast to get more capacity, why not just make adjustments to your RUC target through the RUC process, and just why do you need imbalance reserves? And there's a couple of key differences we think that the design of imbalance reserves and the reliability capacity that makes the imbalance reserves necessary. One is just in terms of function, the reliability capacity is designed for a specific purpose, and that is to meet any differences between, IFM cleared schedules and I guess I call it the RUC target, which includes, adjustments made for differences in how renewables are scheduled versus their forecast, accounts for things like convergence bids that clear, accounts for load schedules different than their forecast. And with reliability capacity is really intended to get us into a place where, the physical capacity on the system is capable of meeting, that baseline physical need into the next day. Of course, in the day-ahead market enhancements, we're also proposing this, unlike RUC today, to move in the downward direction as well. Reliability capacity doesn't offer the same benefit as imbalance reserves in other ways. One is that it's not procured and co-optimized in the IFM with energy and ancillary service schedules, and thus wouldn't produce some of the same market efficiencies that I discussed on the last slide. Imbalance reserves are, faster ramping, and they're faster dispatchable. The imbalance reserves are designed to be 15-minute, based on 15-minute ramping and 15-minute dispatchable resources. And so they're better capable of meeting some of the intra-hour uncertainty needs that reliability capacity would not be able to do. And lastly, like we've talked about, introducing imbalance reserves should reduce or eliminate the need for operators to adjust the RUC target above the load forecast. So I'll leave it there, and I'll open it up for discussion.
Hey, James, this is Brad Cooper, and I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the second bullet. Those market efficiencies aren't just pricing efficiencies. They're kind of the same kind of efficiencies that we talked about, in our earlier version of the formulation when we were going to optimize reliability capacity with the IFM. Now we're not going to do that, but to the extent, if we didn't have imbalance reserves, we would separately be, effectively getting imbalance reserves through increasing the load forecast used by RUC which, isn't co-optimized, in that case, that capacity we're getting, even though we might be able to get the same amount of capacity as we could through imbalance reserves and preserve reliability, we're not, the market isn't able to make trade-offs between or consider, efficiencies and unit commitment between the two, and it can't efficiently allocate ramping capability between the two. For example, if the operators are increasing the RUC load forecast to try and force units online to have fast ramping capability left over to meet uncertainty, if that's done in IFM, IFM knows that it can allocate slower ramping resources to meeting hourly IFM schedule changes and allocate quicker ramping resources to imbalance reserves. Well, where if IFM doesn't know about a RUC adjustment, it might use up the fast starting resources inefficiently for the IFM schedules. That's all I had to add.
Thanks, Brad. This has been, I guess, we can go to the phone lines now. Adam, if there's anybody queued up for any questions.
We do have.
Yeah.
No problem. We do have several people in the queue.
Terrific.
First caller, your line's being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the Energy Division. So I would just note that, we're in the process of procuring about 11,000 megawatts, and a lot of these resources are under long-term contracts. So I don't expect, I'm concerned about this idea that we think it's going to create additional efficiencies in the RA market, because I don't think entities are going to want to reopen those contracts to give back money because they're getting money in this market. So that's one of my points. The other point is that I think RA prices are more sticky than people think they are. So I don't think people are going to give up the current prices because they think this additional market is going to give them money. And finally, I think DMM has shown that the local RA market is not competitive, which suggests that we're also not going to get the price reduction. So those are my comments. And then I do have a question. Just want to make sure no one has any questions about the comments first. Okay.
Michelle, this is Brad. Can I give a quick response? So these efficiencies we're talking about here are irrespective of whether RA bids as a non-zero price for imbalance reserve. So our point here is the imbalance reserve product has benefits, and yeah, we appreciate the concerns about RA resources, the potential double payment concerns, and I think if I could suggest we hold that topic to Scott's presentation, because he goes into that quite extensively. But our point here, just on imbalance reserves, is looking at people's comments on imbalance reserves. I know a lot of entities aren't sold that a different product is needed. Why can't we just keep getting this extra capacity through RUC, and RUC can maintain reliability just as well. And looking back at our papers, I'm not sure. I think we might have kind of been guilty of implying that this imbalance reserve is a critical reliability product, and I'm not saying it isn't a reliability product, but we can always maintain the market throughout, or reliability through out-of-market actions. Our point here is we think we're missing a market product that would produce market efficiencies. And that's our point here, and I think a lot of our points here still hold whether or not RA bid zero.
Okay, and then I have another question. So you're saying that this would get rid of the real-time must-offer obligation, and you say it eliminates the need to pay 100% of the RA fleet each day to be available in the real time. So let's say we don't pick it up in the real time. Is it is it then not RA, and is it exportable? And have you guys thought about how to interact with, all the export issues that we've been dealing with? Maybe you could answer the first question. Is it non-RA if you don't pick it up?
I'm not sure I understand your question. That is it non-RA
Well,
if you
it
don't pick
doesn't
it
have
up?
a real-time must-offer obligation, right? And it doesn't get picked up in this imbalance reserve or whatever product. It doesn't have a real-time must-offer obligation. Can it sell itself out of the balancing authority?
This is Scott. I think the answer is no, because we should still be able to recall exports. If it self-commits itself,
right,
once it's online, we can recall the exports.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Okay.
It couldn't be used to back a PT export, I don't think, because it's still a registered RA unit. And so I think what you're saying is, we ran the day-ahead market. It's just not needed, and I think it could be exported as a non-firm export. But I think as soon as you get into sort of prioritizing exports, that it would be I don't know if recallable is the right term, but it wouldn't be able to support a PT export. It would have a low priority.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Michelle,
there's no linkage between a specific generator export besides PT exports, and RA can't support PT exports even if I think even under this proposal.
Okay. I mean, because we pay it and it has a real-time must-offer obligation right now, right? The entire fleet. And so if we need it, it's still RA. But given that we're sort of saying we're releasing you from RA, then it seems like you could. Okay. Well, as long as we just make sure we tie that up, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess they could shut down, but they can't export. It's sort of the odd. Michelle, I had a question just on that you mentioned. Yeah, I know. I was pointing. That's somewhat of an ironic circumstance, but hopefully, other incentives keep them on. The procurement you mentioned, what kinds of duration are we talking about here? Are these RA procurements, or are these long-term contracts, or some mix of them?
These are long-term contracts, 10 to 20 years. Some of them are RA only, and some of them are, they have, energy settlements and so forth, and some don't.
Okay.
But are these resources to be committed in RUC, or are they wind and solar and things like that?
No, they're mostly batteries that we're procuring now. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, the batteries aren't going to be used in RUC. We're going to be scheduling them in the IFM. The RUC is going to be the thermal units. So how many thermal units have 10-year contracts right now?
Well, that's definitely, so we have all the UOG, right? And then we have a lot of the tolls that are falling off. And so those are starting to get picked up maybe by the central procurement entity. And then I just wanted to, maybe on your later point, we were talking about flexible and non-flexible, but the OTCs are retiring in 2 years, so I don't know what really non-flexible units we have. We have the CTs and the CCs, and that's pretty much it, right?
Well, we keep rolling back the retirement of the OTCs, and my point is maybe the reason we don't have, we're shutting down the combined cycles and CTs instead of the OTCs is because of the cost shifting that's going on.
Yeah, I don't think we've shut down any of the CCs and CTs. Maybe they've applied for retirement, but that has, those are other issues. But yeah. But anyway, we can talk about that when we come to the next one. So. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Adam, next person on the phone line.
All righty. Call your lines being unmuted. Please go ahead. And just a reminder to take your personal device off mute. And Joshua Arnold, are you there?
Oh, sorry didn't hear anything on my thing. Sorry, Josh Arnold, PG&E. I have a couple questions and comments about what we've just gone through here. The first is, in your introduction, James, I heard a lot of should statements. And it makes me rather nervous to hear those statements so frequently, because we have a history within the CAISO of a lot of initiatives that were claimed should induce better behavior by the operators, by the market, to create efficiencies that really didn't do so. And I'm looking at, the Imbalanced Conformance Initiative to help curtail load biasing in the RUC, introduction of flexible ramping constraint and flexible ramping product, as well as the FlexRA process to help deal with real-time uncertainty, the introduction of RAIM in order to incentivize resource availability in the real time for the RA fleet. And I guess my biggest question, just to start with, is what has not happened or what has gone wrong with these other initiatives that makes this necessary? How are these past initiatives not functioning as they were intended to, that this is still a problem? That we now need this balanced reserve product to fix, to address? I guess that's my first question. What isn't working with the current methodologies, with the current processes, with these past initiatives, with the changes that were made there? What's not working?
Well, this is Brad Cooper. Maybe I'll take that. The imbalanced reserves is addressing an issue that those other issues aren't intended to address. And we do though have, as Scott noted earlier, we do have, for example, flexible ramping product that isn't addressing the issue it was intended to address. But this market is a complicated place, and we need to move fast. We need to respond to the issues that are changing around us, and we're trying to improve things as we go on. Admittedly, it's taken us a long time, maybe too long, but we're addressing the issues of flexible ramping, for example. But the imbalanced reserves, it's putting things into the market rather than doing things through out of market actions. And I'm not sure how to phrase this. I think just it's a given that putting things into I don't want to make such a blanket statement, but I'm going to say, assuming they work right, putting things into a market is going to provide more market efficiency than doing one-offs and paying things through out-of-market actions. You could argue we should test this more and simulate it more to make sure it functions as intended. And in an ideal world, if we had more time and resources, we would do that more. And I wouldn't argue with that, but we have to deal with the conditions that we're in.
Well, Brad, I actually take a little, offense at that, because what you're implying then is that the only market that matters is your market. Like, we look at RA, you have a number of comments, especially on slide 4, where you feel it's more efficient to cover RA payments through your market. It's more efficient to not have to pay RA products every day, only when they're necessary. Well, RA is an insurance policy. It came out of the energy crisis, and it came out of the energy crisis for a reason. You pay your insurance policies every month or every day because you don't know when you're going to need them. So I see that, and I say, we know that there is a quasi-market, a bilateral type market for RA capacity for these long-term contracts, as Michelle previously pointed out. They may not be the best, but they're what we have. So I think it's a little confusing that you're putting that statement forward without actually having quantified the problem you're trying to solve. I mean, we've been doing this for 3 years. You have never, as the CAISO, really quantified what the problem you're trying to solve is. And now I'm just very confused by this mismatch of logic that you're putting forward.
Okay, So let me try and clarify what I'm trying to say a little bit. So I think we're mixing issues a little bit. Whether we pay RA resources separately for balance reserves, or I guess reliability capacity, but the reliability capacity is really just RUC capacity adding downward. The biggest change is the balance reserves. Whether RA resources offer a non-zero price for imbalance reserves, or I don't want to say or get the payment, because I think they do need to get the payment, because imbalance reserves would include a opportunity cost payment that in the IFM for IFM opportunity costs that even RA resources should arguably get. But whether RA bids separately and they get whether they bid separately, I think it's a related issue, but it's a separate issue from whether imbalance reserves as a separate product co-optimized in the IFM provides market efficiencies versus getting that same capacity through aftermarket actions in RUC. Like for example, I went over by co-optimizing one, that set-aside capacity can be reflected in energy prices, as it arguably should be, but even irrespective of that, you're going to get a more efficient commitment and use of ramp capability that you can't do, when the operators are going to need this extra capacity, yet IFM isn't even considering it.
But Brad, that brings back the question: what is FlexRA, which is the product you introduced to meet this need? What's it not doing? You have a fleet of resources that provides, technically 5-minute dispatchability within the California grid to meet your real-time uncertainty.
That just assures you have the capacity. That doesn't commit them. I mean, let me point out. Let's look outside California and what's going on. The big picture issue is that there's a lot more net load uncertainty than there used to be. There is in California. There isn't everywhere else. And everywhere else, there's a trend that's been going on. New England introduced extra 30-minute reserves above their mandatory requirement about 8 years ago. NYISO increased theirs by about 50%. PJM increased their 30-minute reserves by a big chunk. Ontario increased their 30-minute reserves. Why? MISO is introducing a new 30-minute reserve product. Why? Because they can't get into the situation with this uncertainty that they're operating against their NERC minimum or WEC minimum reserve requirement, because the operators can't operate that way when you've got these 500,000, 3,000 megawatt swings. So you've got to have some product and it isn't just saying, oh, we bought it. We got steel in the ground somewhere. It has to be committed and able to be online when you need it. So they're creating these, and also when you create a product, demand response can commit on a level playing field, as opposed to RUC, where all you do is commit thermal resources. And this is a trend across the whole U.S. of doing this. Now, I'm going to disagree with a lot of the details of the CAISO design, but I mean the big picture question of, do we need something? Do we need more reserves of some sort to deal with the fact that we got mandatory reserve requirements and we have a whole lot more net load forecast uncertainty? I think the answer to that is we clearly need, a new product, some commitment of extra capacity. And the RUC design was intended, I can say this because I was involved in developing it, 20 years ago. It was intended to be a backstop when somebody underbid, but it's supposed to happen very rarely. And it's not efficient because it doesn't, we have the first market, which does a unit commitment and optimize it to meet the energy. And then if you start the more capacity you're forcing online after that, the less efficient it is. So we're going to get, it's one thing when you have a once in a blue moon, once in a while situation, and all you're doing is making sure you've got enough combustion turbines to start up. But here, where we're talking about, this is stuff we need every day, and we know we're going to be committing it. We don't want to do one commitment, and then we got to do a whole other commitment. And, we didn't consider this when we made that first round of commitment decisions, and maybe we should do it completely different. So we know that combining RUC with the IFM is hopeless because you're solving two different load flows. But, you know, trying to put these extra reserves into the initial unit commitment, you know, as Brad says, there are material unit commitment efficiencies from doing that. So I think those two, I'm not going to defend all the other elements of what the CAISO is proposing, but I think that need and the idea of committing it all at once so we don't have stupid unit commitment is a good idea.
So thank you for that clarification, Dr. Harvey. I don't disagree with you. The problem I'm having is this problem hasn't been quantified. To say that all these other RTOs are doing this to get 30-minute reserves, that's great. But we also know that California already has a greater flexibility product built into their design. You're talking about commitment process. Well, not all awards and processes are the same. Let's be honest. If the RUC process or this IR process dispatches awards additional dispatchable capacity, especially if that's dispatchable capacity on an RA resource that would otherwise already have a real-time move, that just increases liquidity in the real-time market. Now, you might be able to target a more desired liquidity. You can target a faster ramping resource. You can target specific locations. That certainly would have benefit. But that's just increasing liquidity. No need for a commitment. That's incredibly efficient. Then there's the non-binding commitment capacity for fast start reasons.
I don't understand that point at all. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're talking about at all.
Then I'll try to explain. All right. I'll try to clarify. These awards that are being proposed, either through the imbalance, through the IR or the RC products, these are just increased positions on resources. Those resources may be already committed. If it's in the RUC, they may already be committed from the day-ahead market, correct? It might just be
if they're already committed, there's no issue, because then you're just giving an increased schedule. But the reason we want to do it together is because they may not be committed.
Right. So I'm just saying there's three types of awards, right? There's an award of additional dispatchable capacity, which is great. That's exactly what we want. There's no minimum load cost. There's no commitments instructions. It's just making more megawatts available in the subsequent markets, right? That's dispatchable capacity. Then there's a commitment of a non-binding resource, which is a fast start resource that will be recommitted entirely in the real-time market under the stuck process. Then there's a binding commitment for a long start resource that cannot be redispatched in the stuck process. So there's really three types of capacity that are awarded and dealt with under both the IR and or the RC products. And each one has its own different impact on the subsequent usage in real time. So a binding commitment in the day-ahead process means you have minimum load energy coming into the real time displacing other supply. If this additional binding capacity is because of a out-of-market action, yes, that is a problem, because now you've shifted potentially the supply stack upwards through what is effectively a self-scheduled minimum load, and are putting downward pressure on LMPs. But we don't know how much of these problems are caused by that. The CAISO has called this out as a problem of reducing out-of-market actions, specifically targeting the load biasing in the RUC process and the exceptional dispatch out of the day-ahead market. They have not said that this is necessary to meet additional uncertainty in the real-time market. I want that clarification and clarity in the initiative so we can measure it on its full scope. If this is necessary because the changing fleet is changing so rapidly that the past products can't keep up, that's a whole separate problem than reducing out-of-market actions. Does that make more sense?
But I think, I think you're talking past what, my concern is that the operators are taking these actions to commit the units in RUC because they want to make sure that the resources at least buy gas for their minimum load and that they got a schedule for the resource to start. And partly they're doing it to get the long start units on. And that's when, and it's not just a matter of, the price impact of putting units on at minimum load. It's that when you make one set of commitments and then you do another set, it's not least cost. And you end up potentially with, a different mix of units than you would have liked to, it is least cost for consumers online.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
The bigger the commitment is, when that's a small amount, it isn't a big issue. But when you start saying, well, we're going to have to put on 1,000 megawatts of additional 30-minute reserves or imbalanced reserves or something, then that might change a lot of things about how you postured everybody in the day-ahead market and how you plan to use the storage resources and everything over the day. So your whole day-ahead market is gibberish.
Okay, so based on that, then my question would be, if this process solution doesn't then commit the long start resources, are the operators going to change their behavior? If they're making these out-of-market actions.
The resource, if we don't need the resources, then they shouldn't be committing them. And one problem is with ad hoc actions is that when the operators are, sticking their finger in the air and licking it to figure out how hard the wind's blowing, they're always going to have a heavy finger, and they're going to commit more. When you give them a tool so they can understand the uncertainty and commit the right amount of resources, they'll feel more confident. But whenever they don't know what's happening and they have no way of gauging, and they can't really do a cost-benefit analysis on the fly, that's very unrealistic to expect them to do that. You got to have. So that's why when you start doing when it's a once in a while operator action, fine. But when you're just talking about this constant every day in big numbers, then we ought to get our hands on it so it can be done efficiently. And maybe we'd have half as much.
Sorry, I'm just thinking through what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense. But again, I'm still concerned by the use of the term should. The Imbalance Conformance Initiative was it should have reduced operator out of market actions in the real-time in the RUC market. It didn't. FlexRA was it should have induced confidence in the operators that capacity would be available for them in the real-time market, such that they wouldn't have to try to creep.
I disagree with that. It was to induce confidence in the CAISO that there would be resources available to be committed in the day-ahead market. It didn't. The flexible RA product just tried to make sure there was flexible RA steel in the ground that could be used. It didn't tell how much was going to be online in any particular day. That's what we're talking about here. You got to have the steel in the ground,
Announcement.
And then you got to tell it what to do.
3, 2, 1. All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later. Announcement 8, switch 112-5.
Am I still on?
You're still on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is everybody hearing that?
Yeah, I'm hearing that. I'm diagnosing it.
Just a moment.
Scott, was that your line, I wonder? Scott,
is everyone still there? I'm still here. Can you hear me? I think that was coming from Brad Cooper's line.
Oh.
Okay. And Scott,
although yes, Scott may have dropped as well.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you for the discussion. Given that we lost Scott, Joshua, is it okay if we move on to the next caller? Appreciate your point about the goals and anticipated benefits of a lot of market changes in the past have not been realized. Some have and some haven't. And it sounds like you would like more assurance that this would actually work. Is that basically in a nutshell, or is it the issue is a lack of clarity of the goals of self?
I was also hearing a desire to try to quantify a bit more rigorously the monetary, or it's hard to sort of think about lost efficiency stuff, though, but some attempt to try to quantify the extent of the problem sounded like as well, which it may be worth having a discussion of what exactly that might look like, but I think that was the desire.
Thanks, Jim. Adam, let's go ahead if there's anybody else on the line.
Yes, I do think we have another caller on the phone line.
Thank you.
Never mind. I think they just lowered their hand. All right, and I do not see any additional questions in the queue. Also, I think Scott may be back online.
Okay.
I somehow got connected, but I'm back.
Hey, this is Brad. Can you hear me? I got kicked off too. Okay, great.
Brad. Okay. So I think we're ready to continue, James, if you want to go on to slide 6 or respond to anything that you've heard.
I think we can move on to slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this slide, the intention of this slide is to center us around a discussion that we heard throughout the stakeholder comments and have been, brought up by MSC members about the 15-minute nature of the imbalance reserve product. And again, Ben is at the end of the presentation is going to provide some additional context around this. But in thinking about the imbalance reserve product, its 15-minute nature, I think it's helpful to distinguish two features that it has. One is that the imbalance reserve awards themselves are limited to the 15-minute ramp capability of the resource. So that's one way it's a 15-minute product. The other way is that to the extent a imbalance reserve award is given to a resource offline, it must have a startup time of 15 minutes or less so that it can respond in the RTPD. So stakeholders have suggested through their comments that the 15-minute nature of the imbalance reserve product may be overly restrictive and excessive. The comments, center around the fact that, uncertainty may be resolved in, more intermediate steps than going from the day-ahead market to the FMM. They point to the fact that the way the imbalance reserve awards are designed now implies that has the uncertainty being realized in one 15-minute interval rather than over a longer time frame. The DMM provided some data to show that, interval to interval, the level of uncertainty is pretty highly correlated. So your total magnitude of uncertainty from the day-ahead market to the real-time may be quite large, but actually, as you're moving through time, the interval to interval uncertainty is likely to look a lot like it did in the previous interval. So we've considered these comments and have in the past and right now considered imbalance reserves on multiple timescales. The reason why we have shied away from having imbalance reserves on multiple timescales, either as some sort of cascading product like ancillary services are, or having a 15-minute product, a 60-minute product, et cetera, is the complexities introduced to having more products in the market, more constraints, the different settlement impacts, and really the simplicity a single market product provides is the driver. But we are open to suggestions that perhaps we can look into ways to, let me rephrase. We would be open to if we were able to quantify the need for multiple products on different time lengths and having those benefits exceed the complexity of multiple products in the market, that we're open to that. We think another solution is to look at these two 15-minute nature of the products in these two ways via the ramping capability and the startup time. You know, maybe those conditions can be relaxed to get, you know, have access to a larger quantity, and therefore sort of gives you a larger pool of resources and a larger pool of capacity that's available to provide imbalance reserves. And in relaxing those requirements, you wouldn't need to have, you know, you wouldn't need to have multiple products. For example, you know, if you were to relax the ramping capability to go from a 15-minute, you know, ramp capability to an hourly ramp capability, you know, and maintaining the startup time of 15 minutes, you could, you know, essentially procure on a single resource 4 times the imbalance reserves as you could with a 15-minute quantity. Maybe that perhaps leads to, you know, fewer resources needing to be committed to meet the imbalance reserve. And I should mention that the concern about the over-restricted nature of imbalance reserves is cost. I think that you know, both by limiting the pool of resources that are eligible to provide imbalance reserves and by restricting the quantity each resource can provide, may be unnecessarily costly, and having a larger pool would resolve some of those concerns. So I'll leave it there and see if there's any questions or comments about that.
Thank you, James.
I had one basic question just about settlement that I'm trying to understand if this is purely a technical needs sort of thing. So if we can kind of frame whether the real need here is 15-minute or less kind of ramping, or whether it is, as Ben's going to talk about, kind of the uncertainty between day ahead and real time, but we'll know 4 hours in advance what we'll need. So that's kind of what I would call a technical sort of issue. But also with settlements, is having, for example, a 30-minute product like Eastern ISOs apparently have, how big a problem is it that we don't have any kind of settlement over a 30-minute time frame in any sort of market? We would have to sort of daisy chain together 15 minutes or something like that. Is that a problem, or is that something we deal with all the time?
Well, I think, this is James, and maybe I'll let George expand if I miss some points, but I think as it relates to the deviation settlement that we propose, where you know, the forecasted movement and the uncertainty awards from the IFM are settled against forecasted movement and uncertainty awards in the FMM FRP, and then again in RTD. I think having a 30-minute product doesn't, I mean, it will change the settlement mechanics a little bit, but I don't think it adds additional complexity. I think the complexity may be in understanding how, you know, if you were to have a series of products, how their settlements cascade with one another, and stuff like that. I don't know if George has anything else to add to that.
Yes, thank you, James. This is George Angelidis. I hope you can hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sure can.
Oh, okay. All right,
yep.
Thank you. So on your question, James, Dr. Bushnell, really the answer is not wholly technical or wholly policy. I think it's both. The real question is, what is your target that you're trying to meet? Once you define that, which is your policy part, then the technology answer comes and says, okay, if this is what you want, then this is how we're going to do it. So if your target is that you want to have capacity reserved for meeting a level of uncertainty that could materialize, let's say, all of it in a given 15-minute interval, then you do want all that capacity to be 15-minute ramp capable. And that will meet your target with no risk if all your capacity products are procured properly. Now, if you want to introduce some risk into meeting that target by saying there is a high correlation of uncertainty across intervals, so it's unlikely that you're going to need all that capacity in one 15-minute interval. Probably some of it is going to be dispatched in the previous interval, so you don't really need a 15-minute ramp capability strictly product to get it all in one 15-minute interval. Maybe some of it is dispatched in the previous interval. And therefore, you could relax that 15-minute ramp capability. I wouldn't go to the hourly level that I think James Friedrich mentioned. That's an extreme, but even let's say we're going to the 20-minute ramp capability. So one resource can actually provide more capacity under 20-minute ramp capability. And the understanding here is that not all of it will need to be dispatched in one 15-minute interval. Perhaps you can say 5-minute ramp capable portion can be dispatched in the interval before, and you can still meet the 15-minute uncertainty in the next interval from that resource. The problem is that you don't control this in the market because the resources are dispatched based on economics, based on their bids. So you can't really say that the resource that provides 20-minute ramp capability in that product, only 5-minute ramp capable portion will be dispatched in the previous interval, so you have the next interval available for the other 15 minutes. Maybe none of it's going to be dispatched because you have other resources that are more economic. And now when the uncertainty comes up, you need the whole capacity from that resource in 15 minutes. So what I'm trying to say is that depends really on how you specify your target and how strict you want to meet your target. You can relax this requirement, but then you're introducing some level of risk on meeting that target. And then the question comes, what is really this product trying to accomplish? As James mentioned earlier, you want to have a good level of confidence that you will meet your uncertainty in real time, because then we can use that to gain confidence from the operators on what the market provides so that they don't have to perform out of market actions. There is therefore a trade-off between how much risk you want to introduce, which of course will give you a cheaper product because you're relaxing a requirement, versus what's the tipping point where we don't want to lose the confidence from the operators on the market provision of this product because we don't want to have out of market action. So it really comes, it's a trade-off, really. I hope this helps this discussion here. Thank you.
George, I'll let you clarify. I mean, when you said it wouldn't be available, I mean, whether or not it's available based on the dispatch is to be determined by FlexiRamp. And even if we bought all this 15-minute ramp, whether or not it would be available will be determined on how it was dispatched in RTD and RTPD. So, I mean, I don't see that as, however we do this, we have to make FlexiRamp work and position the units in the right place. But I think the issue is just, do we have to have units that can all come online or be ramped? If we need 1,000 megawatts of it, do we need 1,000 megawatts of ramp in a 15-minute interval? Or can we buy some of that in units that, can be committed earlier in the, when we see the need for it? And, we've got 1,000 megawatts of ramp on the system. We don't need 1,000 megawatts of extra ramp. And, we can take imports in and they can back down, flexible capacity and create additional ramp, or we can bring on a combined cycle and it can back down other units that provide the flexible ramp. So, I mean, if our forecast is off, there are lots of ways of restoring the capacity, and I think we only need to think about how much ramp do we need in that period of the day. We don't need to worry about how much ramp do we need, over 8 hours.
Dr. Herbert, was that a question for me?
For you or anybody else, but that's, I don't...
Yeah. Because I think we're saying the same thing, maybe at different levels of magnitude. I think what we're saying is that we can relax some requirements, introducing some level of risk. And what I was saying is that we have to find the silver lining there. We don't want to introduce too much risk because then we're going to lose the confidence from the operators, and then we will not meet one of the primary objectives that we're trying to accomplish. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and my original question was really about sort of how much the types of issues you guys have just been talking about are weighed, which seems like there can be something, we can weigh the pros and cons on that, versus how much the need to align the time frames with some kind of settlement interval for purposes of settling the product. And what I was hearing is that's not really a major constraint to worry about, so that we should focus only on what we think the appropriate trade-offs in terms of the ramping flexibility versus how much the risk, as you put it, George, how much of that we're willing to take versus the potential costs of trying to limit the potential fleet too much.
Well, that's right.
I did have one other question.
Can I answer really quickly or comment on what you said, Jay? So the proposal that we have in place that the 5-minute ramp capable portion of the imbalance reserve is subject to deviation, and the remaining is subject to no pay, remains the same, even if you relax the 15-minute ramp capability. If you make it like 20 minutes, then basically, again, the 5-minute ramp capable portion that's converted to flex per ramp is subject to deviation, and the remaining is subject to no pay. So I don't see a major impact in terms of settlements. Again, the only impact that I see is, we introduce some level of risk, and we trade this off with a lower cost for procuring the product, and we just need to, quantify and balance those properly. Thank you.
Right. So one last quick question just on the 15-minute start time restriction. So this is for offline resources, and I assume that in IFM then there would be some, let's just say there's a unit that would not be committed except to provide this product. And so would the commitment cost then be part of the co-optimization?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If the commitment is optimal, it's not forced with a self-schedule, for example, but it's based on bids, then yes, that startup cost is eligible for bid cost recovery, like, that's
okay, so long start units can still basically sell this product. It's just that you would incorporate the commitment costs into their ability to provide the product.
Yes, because the startup really looks into intertemporal constraints, like how long the unit was off, and if its minimum downtime elapses at 10 o'clock in the morning, then from 10 o'clock in the morning onward we're talking about the next day now, then it's eligible for a startup, and if it needs to be started to provide capacity for this product, then this will happen, and that startup will be subject to bid cost recovery.
Okay, that's it for me for now.
Okay. Jim, George, thanks. I'd like to remind folks of an issue we talked about 10 years ago in regulation energy management, which this actually has something to do with what we're talking about, where it turned out that we were wondering how much should we constrain an inferior form of regulation, that is regulation that couldn't discharge more than 15 minutes. And judgments were made about what fraction of regulation requirements could be met by things like flywheels or other very short-term storage. And it seems to me that's analogous to what we're talking about here, in that if either through modeling or experience, we can get some confidence, operators can get some confidence that longer start units or longer lead time resources could provide some of the imbalanced reserves that are needed to cover uncertainty, and that would save money, then the possibility of having a constraint on the fraction of IR that's provided by such resources could be imposed. And that, of course, will result into prices and two flavors. But this is not something that the ISO has never done before and could do. But George, I appreciate what you say, that the operators need confidence. We would want to know whether it's worth bothering to do that, whether there's some sense that those longer start resources might be a cheaper way of providing it. But there are ways to get this information through modeling and or experience, and it could well be that it'll be worthwhile to do that at some point in the future, if not necessarily immediately when this is first implemented. By the way, I think that REM, that constraint probably never is binding, right? So you don't really have two prices for regulation.
Well, for REM, if you're referring to REM NGRs, these are only providing regulation, no other services. So when we're talking about imbalanced reserves, we actually mean non-REM resources that are able to provide the services, if this is what you're referring to. Right?
No, I'm sorry. My point was just that the REM created two flavors, vanilla and chocolate, of regulation that and just restricted the inferior type, that with only 15 minutes of storage, to a certain total fraction of the total, which, if that constraint is binding in any hour interval of the day-ahead market, would result in two prices: a lower price for the inferior type of regulation. And I'm just saying that an analogous constraint could be imposed in IR if you had two flavors of IR in terms of 15-minute responsive versus slower but potentially cheaper stuff. That a similar constraint could be devised and implemented, but as James pointed out, that does introduce complexity in settlement and everything else. I'm just saying that there's a precedent for this sort of thing.
Yeah, that's true. You could have different flavors, and you could cascade even the requirements from the.
Absolutely.
I mean, as James mentioned, it's not something that we haven't done before. We do that cascading procurement for ancillary services, and you could do it between different products that could have different technical requirements. The question is it really worth all the complexity for what we're trying to achieve? I think we'll come down to that, basically.
Yeah. So if it turns out that 15-minute capacity is scarce, and we're in penalty territory for IR or high shadow prices, then it may well be worthwhile. And on the other hand, I can appreciate if stakeholders do not want the market design to be changing based on, too many times based on experience. But
it'd be useful to run an IFM case and see how it solves, because it seems to me that if you require all of this stuff to be 1,000 megawatts or more to be dispatchable in 15 minutes, we're going to get a very different unit commitment than if we just said we had units that your resources would be committed at various times to provide that much flexibility over a period of hours, and that you'd end up with, a lot more capacity online at minimum load to do this. Maybe I don't understand what you have in mind, but I think it would result in a very different unit commitment in the day-ahead market that way, because, if you got to have all that stuff rampable in 15 minutes on top of your reserves and on top of the ramp you need to actually meet the forecast change in load, it seems like we get to a very stressed situation. But, you know, that I think that'd be interesting to inform by tweaking the IFM to run a case like that.
That's a great idea. And if the changes are in unit commitment and you have a lot of stuff bouncing around on the P-mins, that might not show up in the prices for IR because those are discrete decisions. So, yeah, you'd look at the change in commitment and change in total costs. And that's the sort of thing that I imagine, George, would help give operators confidence when you do a simulation, not just of the IFM, but then how things play out through the day in real time.
Yes, you're talking about a proof of concept, right? So we don't have the code right now to do that. We'll probably get a glimpse of that with the flexible ramp refinements, where we will be procuring flexible ramp on a nodal basis. So we'll get some experience with that. But yes, until we have the DAME code to run simulations, as you mentioned, at this point we can't draw any really conclusions before we see it working.
Right. So we don't know if it's going to be a cheap constraint or expensive one. Let's see.
We could do things like increase the 10-minute spinning reserve by 1,000 megawatts and see what it does to the unit commitment in all the hours, you know?
Yep, that would be quick.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, because, spin is also provided by a limited number of resources that are certified for spin, we have to, make more changes to do a test like that. But it's not a bad idea, though, to try something, to get some results that will be sort of indicative of what is the situation that we'll face.
Yep. So we can sort of figure out what's going to happen. Thanks.
And this might help Joshua get some more confidence in the shoulds. Let's see. Adam, do we have anybody else?
We do not have anyone else in the queue at this time.
Okay. So, James, I guess you can pick up again and continue.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide. So I'll go over the next two slides and then pause. These slides just sort of prompt us to discuss the imbalance reserves, demand curve versus the penalty price idea. So as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, in the latest proposal, we had proposed to procure the imbalance reserve product based on a penalty price, relaxation penalty price, rather than having the procurement relax through a demand curve. And the rationale for moving in that direction was really because we were concerned that the low priority self-scheduled exports or other high cost economic exports or other situations in which high energy prices were relaxing the demand curve or relaxing the procurement requirement would cause a situation where you have not met your full imbalance reserve requirements, and then cause the system operators again not to trust the market results and resort back to the out of market actions that the product is intended to prevent. So let's move to the next slide. So just a little bit more detail. The penalty prices proposed in the scheduling run would be thus higher than the relaxation penalty price for a low priority export self-schedule, but would be set at a price lower than self-scheduled load and ancillary services. the pricing run penalty price would be set to the product bid cap at $247, which is comparable to the ancillary service bid penalty prices of, I believe, $250, $249, and $248 for the cascading products, and also compares to the $1,000 pricing run penalty price for energy. So again, the policy decision was to ensure that we're procuring the full extent of our imbalance reserves before scheduling those lower priority exports. We have been thinking through scenarios where procurement based on the penalty price could potentially cause some anomalous market outcomes, especially as it relates to price formation, and are trying to evaluate the extent to which those anomalous outcomes would actually be realized in operation. But do acknowledge that there may be some price impacts there to procuring the imbalance reserves based on a penalty price. And there's also sort of a connection with the next topic, which is relating to this restricting of the eligibility of capacity that can provide imbalance reserves based on a P97.5 price level, where if you were to be overly restrictive in your eligibility requirements to providing the product, you may be triggering sort of a self-induced shortage of imbalance reserves and triggering these, penalty price situations. And so, we're aware of that connection as well. And, in the next topic, we'll talk about what, methods that we could prevent that from happening. So I will pause there for discussion.
Thank you, James. So I have a quick question. It is interesting looking at, across ISOs in the U.S., the interest in operating reserve demand curves, and that generally ISOs are going in the direction of more demand curves rather than fewer, and this is going in the other direction. And one of the rationales is that the operators, the ISO, there's some value to reserves above the minimum. So if there's an IR requirement, at a 97.5% level or whatever risk level, let's say IR requirement of 2 gigawatts, 1 more megawatt is worth something to the system. It's not worth nothing. And that's a rationale for acquiring more than the minimum. Perhaps we want 99.5% and willing to pay something for that, if not 1,600. And likewise, being 1 megawatt short, 1,600 is a pretty high penalty. And of course, this is inconsistent with what the flexible ramp product demand curve that we have. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. Why wouldn't we be willing to pay even a small amount for a bit more? And is there an inconsistency with what we're doing with FRP in real time, where we've definitely embraced the demand curve? Are there some risks to having a demand curve for IR that are not present if we have with the demand curve that we have with FRP? So treating them differently does make sense.
Yeah, so I can take a first stab and see if Brad or George have anything to add. But yeah, like you said, the flexible ramping product will still rely on the demand curve. I think that there are situations where you could, in both directions, either with the demand curve or the penalty price, come up with ways in which you would rather have one or the other. And I think the situation that we were concerned about especially coming out of the summer 2021 readiness initiative, are, displacement of imbalance reserves by exports, and, leaving operators not feeling like they have the capacity to cover the uncertainty that gives them the confidence like we've been talking about. And so I do think there are trade-offs with both requirements that probably warrant more consideration. But I'll leave it at that and see if Brad or George have anything to add.
The only thing I want to add, James, here is that in real time, we can afford to forego the procurement of the flexible ramp requirement if it probabilistically appears to be more costly than going without it. As you said, in the day-ahead market, because our objective here is to provide confidence to operators that they have all the tools and all the capacity and wrap that they need in real time, we cannot afford to take that position, because that will compromise our objective. So it's really, the day-ahead market and the real-time market are different in that respect.
Thanks, George. So there's a general issue in the background that really impacts a lot of the ISOs and initiatives, and that's the issue of scarcity pricing. And I wonder whether, when the ISO does consider the scarcity pricing initiative sometime in the near or further future, whether all these issues are going to be revisited in a comprehensive way, and we might come up with an entirely different answer. Or do you think that whatever happens with scarcity pricing, we're going to use the high penalty price for IR, because this is a RUC-like thing, a reliability thing, and we just can't compromise. And on the other hand, it's not worthwhile to get any more. The operators want that fixed quantity, and that's all we need.
Yeah, this is James. I definitely think this would be included comprehensively in a look at scarcity pricing. And we do have a scarcity pricing initiative on our policy roadmap. I'm not sure what the current status of when that would be, but the timing would be such that it could be considered during the day-ahead market enhancements transition period, where we're doing really other types of evaluations on the market design and other tweaks that we can make to make it better. And I think that would be the timing would probably work out.
Thanks, James. So I think what I'm hearing is that when you do scarcity pricing, scarcity prices are produced when something is being relaxed. And I think, George, what you're saying is that it shouldn't be IR requirement that's being relaxed, because that's more critical to the operators than something else that would be relaxed in order to produce a scarcity price. And I think that's interesting to contemplate, why that would be, and how might we think about what constraints could be relaxed to produce scarcity prices, and which things we really should not be relaxing. And I guess this is something we will return to in the context of the broader initiative, which might be an argument for doing that initiative sooner rather than later, perhaps. Jim and Scott, let me give you a chance.
Well, to follow up on what you said, Ben, I think, even if you were worried about the exports, you could, instead of making it $1,600, you could start it at, some level higher, and then have a tail at, 900 or something, or 800 or something, that, okay, when we get really short, but the thought that every single megawatt is worth $1,600. I mean, suppose it results in scheduling imports at $1,000 to do this. this seems like that's a very expensive way. And, you know, we do now, I think we've got the exports fixed, so push come to shove, we curtail the exports. So if we really needed the power in real time, we'd be cutting the exports and buying it back at $1,000, but we only have to do that when we needed it.
Yeah, so I guess this is in part where simulations could be helpful to see what happens with the high penalty versus demand curve when things are tight, and you need what would you be acquiring and spending $1,000 or $1,600 on in the scheduling run rather than shave 1 megawatt off of the IR? And that, I think that would be very interesting to see. Before we go to the phone lines, Jim, do you have anything?
I'll just say, to say simulations would be helpful is an understatement.
Okay, Ben, before we go to the phone lines, I have there's another side of this that I'm very troubled about. You know, it seems to me that this is going to drive on any kind of remotely tight day, it's going to drive the price to $1,000 or more in the scheduling pass. And that means not only will exports not clear, but it means no price capped load will clear. And it means all virtual supply offered at $1,000 would clear, and no virtual demand would clear. And then in the pricing pass, we'd have these lower prices, and imports would be scheduled at $1,000, and then so we'd have virtual supply and imports scheduled at $1,000. Load serving entities that put in any kind of price capped bids would get displaced, and then be covered in RUC, I guess. This seems like that would have, you know, a problematic effect on the load serving entities that if they put in price capped bids, if they get displaced, they wouldn't hedge their loads, but then they go back in the pricing pass and raise the price they pay without giving the benefit of a hedge. And I don't know what will happen with all the virtual traders that submit matched virtual supply and demand. I guess they'd stop doing that, which maybe that's not a problem. But, you know, the virtual supply clearing at $1,000 and then presumably getting make-whole payments, and then in real time the imbalance price is, you know, $1.98. You know, I think we ought to really think through the implications of this for, you know, load serving entity bids and virtual supply and demand, and imports having a huge incentive to bid $1,000 on tight days because they know this thing will drive it to $1,000 in the scheduling pass.
Scott, this is George. I just want to clarify something, make sure that we're not misunderstanding something. The prices that you see here, they're only penalty prices, so they only come into picture in the solution if something has to be relaxed. The fact that there is a scheduling around penalty price of $1,600, that doesn't mean that the product will clear there. It means that only if we have to relax that procurement requirement, that is, there is not enough capacity to procure the product, then this is the price for the relaxation. And the pricing around...
We'd buy stuff at up to $1,000 in imports in order to secure this, and if we were short, we'd curtail all the price cap load in the scheduling pass. So even if it cleared at 1,000 or 1,012, we'd still clear all the virtual supply and imports offered at 1,000, and not clear any of the price cap load offered at anywhere between 800 and 1,000. And it all depends on whether this never matters, but if it never matters, why are we doing it? And why are we setting it at 1,600 if we don't think it's going to happen? But we got to recognize that when it does happen, that's what it's going to do. And if I don't know how much supply, that's the thing I've been worried about, even having a really high penalty price for this stuff on high-low days, forcing us always up into procuring really expensive supply when maybe we don't need it. So, I think that if it's almost never going to happen, why are we setting it at $1,600? And
okay, I think I understand.
I think we ought to understand and take some look back at some data and say, how often would adding 1,000 megawatts at $1,600 have caused the IFM to not clear a lot of stuff, not just exports?
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying with respect to the load bids. The 1,600, I think it's driven by the fact that we want to have a higher penalty for the imbalance reserves than the low priority exports. But your concern is that this is higher than the load bid cap, which means that we're still going to procure imbalance reserve and cut load that is bidding perhaps up to $1,000. And this is
or 800 or 900 or whatever, yeah.
Right. So this is your concern at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. And the impact on, the discrepancy between what's going to happen in, the scheduling past, then the pricing past, and then real time. I mean, I might have to just retire and become a virtual trader or something. The opportunities for immense wealth would be so great of submitting $1,000 bids on days like this and then knowing that I could buy it back cheap in real time.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Let's check Adam, see who's on the phone lines, if anybody.
I do not think we have anyone on the line at this time.
It feels like late on a Friday afternoon, but these are important issues. I'm sure we'll have more comments later. So, James, you want to continue?
Yes, we'll move to the next topic. Next slide, please. Okay, so, in this, I think in the next two slides, I'm going to talk about an issue that we're trying to resolve in which the market optimization, both for imbalance reserves and for RUC available or for reliability capacity, doesn't have a way to consider the energy bids of the resource when procuring a product, and therefore we could have potentially imbalance reserves and reliability capacity awarded to resources potentially with very high energy costs but very low availability costs, consistently and routinely getting awarded these products, and then when it comes to real time, offer their energy as they're obligated to do, and that energy in the real time never becomes or is never economic, and therefore they can just essentially pocket the capacity payment and their energy is never used. So that's a problem we're trying to solve, and the method that we're trying to do that is by calculating a price threshold with which any capacity segment with an associated energy bid that is above this price threshold, those capacity segments on those resources would be ineligible to receive an imbalance reserve up or reliability capacity up award. So in this numerical example here, imagine that we had a price of $400, and this would be something that is calculated hour by hour in a day-ahead market. It would be known to market participants in advance. So there's a $400 cap. So essentially, any capacity on a bid segment with an associated energy bid above a $400 cap would be ineligible for imbalance reserves and reliability capacity. So in this case, with this resource bid curve, where once you go over 100 megawatts, the energy bid is $450. That exceeds the cap. You essentially limit the procurement of and balance reserves and energy below the $100 threshold. Next slide, please. So, you know, this is an idea that we tried to address in two straight proposals. Our previous proposal used a real-time bid cap, you know, calculated the same price threshold, but made it into a real-time bid cap. And the idea was, you know, that resources that are faced with confronting this bid cap would use their availability bids for imbalance reserves or reliability capacity to essentially financially hedge themselves against their exposure to the cap, and thus the cap would, or the capacity payments or the capacity prices for those expensive energy resources would be higher, and then the optimization can consider that. The goal of that proposal was more so trying to get at, you know, a less costly dispatch. The goal of this particular proposal is more so geared towards the problem that I mentioned of having, not necessarily having the cost of dispatch weigh in the capacity procurement, but more so just trying to eliminate the very high cost resources from getting consistent capacity payments with no energy delivered in real time. So the stakeholder feedback sort of centered around two issues. One is that if the price threshold, which we're calling a P97.5 price, if this price threshold is too restrictive, you are essentially unduly limiting the available capacity that can be awarded. That can have, you know, obviously the reliability concerns in the long run with replacing the real-time low software obligation. That becomes an issue. I already mentioned that in connection with the penalty price, that if you were to, you know, create in a way sort of an artificial shortage of your imbalance reserves, you know, you're now triggering that imbalance reserve penalty price. And so, you know, there's several different ways that we could resolve this problem. Obviously, the most obvious one is to expand the price threshold. So you could use, instead of a P97.5 price forecast, you could, you know, increase the, you know, the uncertainty with which you're trying to evaluate the price. You could put on some sort of price adder to the calculation, or any sort to give you some more wiggle room for additional capacity, so those sorts of problems don't happen. But at the same time, you still get your limits of procurement on these high energy cost resources. And I also mentioned that the, you know, there were some that commented well on tight system conditions. How is this going to affect your procurement of imbalance reserves? But, you know, on tight system condition days, the P97.5 price, or whatever price that we choose, price threshold we choose, would likely be at $1,000, or we, you know, could just completely, you know, choose not to, you know, we could relax this rule in tight conditions of tight system conditions. So the second theme that came up with this topic in the stakeholder comments was the lack of an associated real-time bid incentive. So the idea is that because this price threshold is transparent in advance, a resource may have an incentive to price themselves for energy sort of within the threshold. You know, like say in that example, we had a $400 price threshold. Well, if you were a resource with a energy price, you know, above but close to $400, maybe you have an incentive to reduce your energy offer in real time, or sorry, reduce your energy offer in the day-ahead market. You know, make yourself available for a capacity payment, but then in real time you can offer energy at whatever price you want. And you know, it's sort of a way potentially to game the requirement and you know, get around the essentially rendering the proposal or the method ineffective. So I think there are you know, if we continue with this proposal, there are going to need to be restrictions about real-time bids. You know, I mentioned that in the previous proposal that we did introduce this price threshold as a real-time market bid cap, which had complexities associated with, you know, market power mitigation default bids and other things, you know, just, you know, bid incentives and price formation and other things that may skew. One idea could possibly be that for resources that bid in the real time above the price threshold, we would take back their imbalance reserve bid. So essentially, they can keep the opportunity cost, but you take that back their bid price, and so they're not, you know, I guess, systematically profiting from providing from bidding their energy into this threshold just to get them eligible for the product. But we'd like to throw this idea out there and get some discussion about it. You know, try to evaluate if the problem that we're trying to solve is, you know, continues to be worth exploring. We realize that the methods of, you know, getting energy and capacity offers sort of evaluated in the optimization simultaneously is very complicated, which is why we're trying to develop what would be sort of a simpler rule to get at the same thing. But I'll pause there.
Thanks, James.
So I had a few thoughts on this, but we're running late, but I'll try to make them quick, I guess. Yeah, you covered a lot of this, but it does seem perverse to induce scarcity of the IRU product by throwing away high energy price bid stuff. And so I think there needs to be some accounting for those sorts of circumstances. To help frame this, I've been trying to think about the extent to which either of these products, you know, could be considered an option on real-time energy as sort of the framing versus an ancillary service. And I think, you know, IRU maybe has more of the characteristics of an ancillary service, as we've been talking about, and reliability capacity would be thought of as an option, except for the fact that the energy bid is not necessarily binding, I guess. So I didn't quite get, well, so there's a few thoughts there. One is that I'm not sure that the same answer should apply for both of these, especially since one is co-optimized and the other is not, is my understanding. So let me start with this question. With the IRU, when you're co-optimizing, is the energy bid just completely not a factor. It's a factor in deciding whether you're going to use it to provide energy, but in deciding which units provide IRU, if you have two units with the same, say, IRU cost, but different energy bids associated with it, are you ignoring the energy bids then?
My
yes.
understanding is that, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
you're throwing it out if it's too high. Yeah, so as long as they're both below the threshold, you're just sort of looking at who's got the cheapest IRU capacity, but you're ignoring the energy aspect of that. And so then the next thing would be, if let's say we're going into real time, and you have IRU units that have very low energy bids, and let's just say that everything's going according to forecast, so you don't really need IRU units at all, but they're sitting there with very low energy bids. Do you then do a re-optimization where, say, some day-ahead unit gets substituted for with an IRU unit with a very low energy bid? Or is it being held back just like an ancillary service might be?
It's I think it's getting treated like a flexible RAM product. It can provide energy like anything else.
Yeah. So
is that right?
So if it's cheap, yeah. So if it's cheap and you're not short of ramp, you would just use it, and somebody else would be decked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean,
if you were shorter ramp, you'd use it. If it was, if the penalty price on ramp was low, then you'd use it.
Right.
The energy price. So that's the logic of the demand curve.
Yeah, and so that all has aspects of kind of, well, if the energy bid were binding, and I don't really quite understand why it can't be, then it seems like an energy option, in which case there may be ways of either bluntly or precisely kind of calculating the value of that in terms of trading off say, low capacity, high energy cost bid versus a medium capacity, very low energy cost bid. That's just a conceptual point. I think I can think more about that, but I guess maybe, is there a technical reason why the energy, you mentioned a couple things, but I didn't quite understand it, why the energy bid could not be considered a commitment for real time?
I think from what I understand here on what you're saying, James, is that we could potentially add the cost of deploying the product in the objective function. And that would provide an outcome in the optimization where you're going to select products, capacity products that they have a lower energy bid, or how do you call it, a lower option for dispatching this, a lower price. I think traditionally we're not doing that, even for the other ancillary services. Okay, the other ancillary services, they also are not so fungible with energy. They're reserved for specific conditions. But the reason we're not doing that is because we don't want the day-ahead market prices to be affected by the deployment of this product by basically something that is a real-time price. Then we're going to have the blending of prices in the day ahead that they also reflect the cost of dispatching these products, which are basically costs that are settled and optimized in a real-time market. So it's really a difficult concept to grasp.
Right. So, and that, in fact, I was originally thinking of this in the context of a sequential calculation. And am I right that the capacity product would still be sequential? That IRU is co-optimized, but the
no, it's not. It's co-optimized. So you have it all comes together out of an optimal solution, in the sense that, what we were saying earlier, if there is abundance of ramp capability to procure the imbalanced reserves, then obviously you will select your cheaper energy bid units to supply energy, and then you're going to go to the next ones to get the capacity, and there are no opportunity costs for providing the product. If there are tight conditions, so there is not enough ramp capability, and you have to, let's say, compromise your energy solution by having some ramp-capable units produce less energy so that you can buy ramp-capable capacity from them, then there are opportunity costs, because the opportunity costs are reflected by the fact that you don't schedule the units as high as you should based on the price, but you reserve some capacity, and that creates opportunity costs. Either way, you're co-optimizing in that case the reservation of capacity with energy scheduling, but the cost of deploying that capacity is not part of your objective function. You leave that for the next market. You leave that for the real-time market.
Yeah, but the downside though is if you got a whole bunch of stuff that bids in at 1,000 and offers a zero availability bid, so you schedule it and you get all this flex here. It's one thing if it's on the day where the price is going to go to 1,000, but suppose it's not. But it's a day where you want flexible capacity to balance variations in wind and solar over the day, and all of the stuff is offered at 980. That means, you know, instead of going to 1,000 with a power balance violation, it'll go to 980 because all this stuff is offered at the high price. And maybe you could have committed another unit day ahead. So, I mean, I know it's more complicated to put it in the objective function, but I don't think, you know, the fact that, and there's some pricing complications, but, you know, I still think, you know, there's reasons to do that, and I don't see, you know, it is, day ahead is linked to real time. You know, we care about what these resources will cost in real time, because unlike spin, they're going to be used, you know, they may be used a lot, and we may be dispatching it up and down over the day a bunch of times, and it makes a difference whether it goes to 980 every time we dispatch it or if it goes up by $10.
Yeah, like I said, I thought about this just in terms of, go ahead.
Yeah, there was some analysis that was performed very early when we're setting up the principles for the California energy market back in 95, 96 about optimizing ancillary services procurement, weighing in some of the costs for dispatching them. The name that comes to mind is Robert Wilson. So there was some analysis that was performed, and you know, it's been so many years now, but I think the outcome was that it's not a good thing to do. I can probably try to dig that up. So it's not a new problem. It's something that we did look at many, many years ago. And at that time, the analysis showed that it's not a good outcome to try to do that.
Back that analysis and see why it said it wasn't a good idea. And also, I think it makes a lot of difference whether it's spinning reserve product you hardly ever activate or not. But
yeah, that was Hung Po.
Yeah.
And Jim, you part of your dissertation, right?
Right, and that's where sort of this is all tying back, is sort of the idea out of basically the framing would be that the value of procuring something, if you really are sort of, if it doesn't have a standby value, is basically that you're buying this option on energy, and so you want to think about the probability that the real-time price might be above whatever the energy bid of the reserve product is bidding. And I think there's, you know, you could either, there are ways to sort of just plug in formulas to value that depending on how many assumptions you want to make about distributions and things. And so I think there was talk about incentive compatibility, but I think if you design the value correctly, I think you can resolve that. Whether it's worth the issue, you know, the complexity, I think is another question. But I guess I still wasn't clear on the bid in the day-ahead market for an IRU product is not binding, or is it binding in real time if it's accepted as an IRU product?
You mean the capacity bid, right? The capacity bid is financially
No, I'm talking about
binding.
the energy bid.
The energy bid is only, it's only relevant for the energy schedule. So it is reflected in the objective function that you minimize as the cost of the energy schedule. The cost of the capacity is only the capacitive cost. There is no associated energy cost for the capacity.
No, I know, but my question is, so let's say I bid 0 for my IRU capacity, and I bid whatever, $20 for the energy, and I'm accepted as an IRU unit. And then I go to real time. Am I bound by that $20 energy bid, or am I free to bid whatever I want in real time?
No, and this is the essence. Yeah, and this is the essence of the second bullet that you see here on the screen, that the ISO does not have currently a policy for a bid activity rule between day ahead and real time in terms of energy bid prices.
Okay.
The obligation, there is an obligation to bid. Yeah, there's an obligation to bid, but you can bid at any price.
Right, but not at a specific level. Yeah, and so the idea of this being an option is predicated on the notion that the price you're evaluating in the day ahead is in fact the price they're committing to. And so if you're going to let them, and in fact, if they can bid whatever they want in real time, I'm not even sure what it means to trade off 2 different energy bids in the day ahead market, because they're not really committed to adhere to them. And so I think if we do want to view these trade-offs, I think we would want some kind of commitment. I don't really understand why that's so hard. But it's almost, there isn't a point to using the day-ahead energy bid to value 2 different reserve products if, in fact, it's they can just change their energy bid.
And I think that's the point here that is made in the second bullet.
Yep.
Well, I'm not sure that we should just give up then, but...
Well, I mean, you could just use the same rule in real time and say that, okay, if your bid's too high in real time, you don't get scheduled for FlexiRamp, and therefore you have a deviation you have to buy back. And I think there are other issues about, suppose you bid low in real time to get yourself scheduled, and you raise it, but not enough to be above this threshold, but just raised it. Would that, could you, by bidding really low, get scheduled in favor of someone else, and then you raise your price in real time, even though it's below the cap? But I guess, or even if you still get scheduled for FlexiRamp, you're not as cheap as you were. But maybe that's so risky, because if you have a demand curve in real time, that may be very complicated for someone to do. But, I guess they could put in negative prices day ahead to get themselves scheduled and then raise it to their normal price in real time.
Subject to the constraints of market power, mitigation, and competition. Yeah.
Right. But that's what I was saying. If they just raised it to their normal DEB, they wouldn't get mitigated, and the issue would just be they might have bounced out someone else whose real-time offer price was the same. That's why it sort of does drive you to what George was saying is very complicated, the activity rule. But maybe there's another way to skin that cat, but I can see the...
So in summary, Jim, your point is, if you don't know what the strike price is, you can't value an option, right? That's basically it. So that's
and I mean, to the extent we can take the day-ahead bid as a commitment to supply energy at or above that price, then we could. But I guess for these products, we can't make them commit to that price because I guess it's if we want, yeah, you'd almost need two different energy bids then. You'd need the energy bid associated with a day-ahead energy sale and then an energy bid associated with providing IRU, because they would, one would be a commitment to some real-time action.
Well, actually, I have an idea while you're talking. Suppose we said that anybody that's scheduled for this and the energy bid they put in the day ahead, instead of having an activity rule or something, just say that became their real-time DEB. So they get mitigated below that. But I guess that would only trigger if they were inside a constrained area. But I guess that, I was trying to think of some way we could do it for our software.
Oh, yeah.
This is James. One of the ideas of addressing the second issue isn't to cap the bids, the real-time bids at the P97 threshold, but it's to cap the bids at the day-ahead market energy price, or the energy bid that's associated with their capacity award.
Could you explain that again?
Yeah, so there's two different ways of sort of actually putting in, well, that we've brainstormed, actually putting in sort of a price restriction. One is that, as we proposed in our last straw proposal, that this P97.5 price threshold that's established in the day-ahead market becomes a real-time energy bid price cap. So if the price, like in the example, was $400 to be eligible for imbalance reserves and reliability capacity, those resources would be subject to a $400 bid cap in real time. Another way to do it would be, instead of making the real-time bid cap based on the P97.5 price threshold, you would make it based on the resources day-ahead market energy bid. So you're basically saying, okay, well, if you get a imbalance reserve or reliability capacity up award, you can't increase your energy bid, associated with that segment of your award higher than your day-ahead bid.
Right. That sounds like the activity rule that George was saying would be kind of complicated to implement, right?
Mm-hmm. And I'll just say that, in the previous proposal, there were stakeholder concerns about, price formation and other issues about not being able, for example, if, the P97.5 price is forecasted based on, a day-ahead market price threshold, and then you have, gas constraints or gas price increases between markets where resources have, justified reasons for having energy bids in the real time higher than the day ahead, that might not be reflected in this proposal.
Okay.
We do have more flexibility in real time, though, because we could always have the cap for for scheduling it in the RTPD run based on the prior advisory solution, and that way have it tied to the energy price, but not insanely above the energy price.
I think we should check to see if there's something on the phone lines, and then allow James to conclude so we can get to Scott's presentation. Adam?
Yes, we do have several callers on the phone line.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Callie Wells with WPTF. I know it's almost 4 o'clock, so I will keep this very brief. But I think kind of the last I don't know, 15 minutes of this conversation really highlighted kind of one of the concerns we have. This is a piece of the proposal that I'm just honestly really struggling with. I understand the deployment cost issue. I think the way they're going about it in the proposal, how it's written, has some significant implications that we need to work through, especially how it interacts with the prior proposal element. And Scott, you raised, a concern about when or at what point load would clear if we hit that penalty parameter. And now if we're kicking out supply because it's priced too high in the day ahead, does that exacerbate your concern? So just, I think you had made the point, is there or asked the question if there's another way to skin the cat. I think this is kind of one of those elements that we need to kind of maybe go back to the drawing board, really frame what is the issue that we're trying to address here. Is it really deployment cost? Is it something else? Because it's just a lot, it seems to be a very complex element of the proposal that I think has the potential for really introducing unintended consequences that we need to think through. But I will keep it brief at that point so others can talk.
Okay, thanks, Callie. If there's no response to that, that's more, basically the question is, what is the issue? I think we've talked about that. If there's no other response, we can go ahead to the next person on the line.
All right. Caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Alvis, voter for PG&E. I just wanted to say I think the idea of using the DEB in real time is not entirely out of the question. The DEB is used for other purposes besides just market power mitigation. It's inserted when there are no bids present and there's a must offer. So I think it's worth looking at that because then you would cover cases where gas price is changing, and conceivably you could then expect bidders to build in the opportunity cost of being potentially dispatched at a price below what they would otherwise be bidding just for energy with some predictability. So I think it's worth at least looking at that idea because it is something that exists in the system now. Thanks.
Thanks, Alva. Adam, who's next?
We do not have any additional callers in the queue at this time.
Okay. James, you're free to go to slides 11 and 12.
And by the way, I think you should go next rather than me. I think since we're short, it's more important to get your slides up. So that's my suggestion.
Mine will be quite quick.
Yeah, Ben, I was going to suggest, so for slides 11 and 12, the topic would be market power mitigation for imbalance reserves and reliability capacity. And the reason we wanted to discuss this was there was a lot of, stakeholder questions around the technical details. I would propose to you, Ben, if it's all the same to you, maybe we could skip over those slides because we are planning on an upcoming stakeholder workshop in September in which this will probably be the highlight of what we'll go over, and then stakeholder concerns can be addressed at that venue. Unless there's anything specific the MSC may have wanted to bring up regarding the market power mitigation proposal.
Thanks, James, for the invitation to comment to that. I don't have comments, but Jim and Scott, do you have anything about you'd like to say about IR and reliability capacity, market power mitigation?
No, I think if the CAISO is going to talk about it later, I just felt that stakeholders didn't understand some of what was being proposed. It just needed to be explained better, so they can do that in another meeting rather than here. That's fine.
Jim?
Yeah, I've talked too much already.
Okay, I could tell it's late on a Friday, so James, thank you very much for these slides, teeing up the discussion, which I think has been really good, and looking forward to the workshop later this month, which will address these issues. So, Scott, thanks for inviting me to go. Mine will be very short. I think your issues are really important. so I wouldn't want to constrain that. But so Adam, I think if you can tee up my slides, although there are several slides, they will go by quickly. They're basically just examples. Basically, I poked around the literature and asked some forecasters who, both those who work for the ISO and those who have done work elsewhere, about the forecast uncertainty and when it's resolved, what time frame it's resolved. Next slide. Next slide, Adam. So basically, if you go from day ahead to hours ahead to real time in terms of forecast lead times, forecast errors are reduced, prediction intervals are reduced. That is, if you're doing probabilistic forecasting, the range of uncertainty is also reduced. And this is experience from all over the world. I think that all forecasters and people active in markets know this. But of course, what matters is, first of all, well, to what extent is it reduced? Does it matter in terms of practically in terms of scheduling? Then the other thing which I don't address is our longer lead time resources, appreciably cheaper than say the 15-minute resources that right now are envisioned as being required. So there is a significant reduction in uncertainties. You go from day ahead to real time and in between, and that might, I won't use the word should, I'll use the word might, save significant dollars if the 15-minute flexible capacity alone is costly or short. And so you're in penalty territory in terms of the requirement. And in the longer term, it could avoid skewing investment towards flexible capacity that is actually unneeded, which sounds like a funny thing to say because we're all saying we need more flexible capacity given what's going on with the generation mix. But we will need more, but maybe not too much more. And as James, as you exactly discussed, and we've discussed with Jordan and others, this would complicate the Dame proposal because you might then need multiple flavors of both IR up and IR down. And there's also the very complicated issue that George and Don talked about last time we met, which is flanging up the day-ahead IR with the real-time energy and FRP schedules, and when is there an imbalance and what prices you settle it at. So having multiple types would just make that more complicated, and we don't want to be talking about this forever. So I'm suggesting that you might start with implementing the 15-minute requirement in the short term, and then with simulations and experience, decide whether there could be significant cost savings while assuring the operators they do have the tools that they need. And we've actually already talked about this. So let's go on to the next slide. So these are just a range of examples of the reduction in uncertainty, forecast errors from day ahead to hours ahead to real time. And thank you, Guillermo, Rahul, the forecasting team at the ISO for these slides from the last MPPF. And so this basically shows that day ahead, the top graphs for solar on the left and wind on the right, that their MAPEs are much greater day ahead than they are in real time, 3 to 4 times as great. What's missing here is what's the reduction in net load uncertainty, which the ISO has that data as well. I don't know if it's as great or not. And then also how much is reduced by the time you're doing stuck. It's at that time you're deciding, are we going to fire up the combined cycle units or something else, or try to get imports with several hour lead time. But this is also data that presumably the ISO has. Next slide. So
Ben, can I ask a question? What is the real time? Is that like the RTD forecast error or RTPD? What's the period of the error that's being measured here?
So that's a great question, and I don't know. The slides were Guillermo's slides were silent on what he meant by that. Guillermo, if you're there, you can answer the question. I would guess RTPD, but or at least the hourly commitment, but I don't know that.
We can follow up later with.
Yeah. But that's an excellent question, and we certainly could look at this more carefully. This would be important to look at when you're deciding, okay, what fraction of the capacity has to be this 15-minute responsive versus others. Okay, going ahead to the next slide, and the rest go very quickly. This is from recent work in the United Kingdom, which I couldn't say on the slide, but I can say orally, I think. It basically shows that there's about a 25% reduction in forecast uncertainty if you go from 12 hours ahead to 3 hours ahead. Next slide. And by the way, that's on overall net load. This is work done by the folks at UC San Diego, Carlos Coimbra and his colleagues. They were just looking at solar and in the EIM region, and they found that day ahead versus 75-minute forecasts of solar insolation, you get more than a 50% reduction. That won't surprise any of you. And 75-minute to 15-minute, so basically RTPD time frame to roughly to RTD is about a 1/4 reduction. It's interestingly that reduction percentage-wise is smaller for the most advanced, best forecasting methods. In other words, the better forecasting methods have a larger relative improvement for longer lead times. And I've provided the citations here. Anybody wants to see these? So there are about 3 more slides with some more examples of this. Next slide. In Spain, we have 40% reduction going from day ahead to 3 hour ahead. And what's interesting about this slide is how quickly wind forecasts have improved over time. So that's the different curves going from 2008 to 2012. But there's definitely a large reduction. I've heard some people say there's a kink at about 6 hours, that you get most of the benefit at about 6 hours. I'm not sure if that's really true. Next slide. This is work in Belgium, tells a similar story for wind errors. So whether this, you'd want to look at net load, that's really what matters. And would being able to, so let's say your IR up, let's say you acquired 2/3 of it in the form of 15 minutes flexible stuff, and 1/3 in the form of longer lead time, whether imports or stock time frame, combined cycle or whatever. Would that result in significant cost decreases or not? That would be an interesting topic to explore, to find out whether there might be the sort of cost savings that would, as George put it, as we balance risks versus benefits, the bigger the benefits of getting the longer lead time resources, the more we might be willing to tolerate risks. And of course, we should be quantifying what those risks are if we don't give the operators 100% 15-minute resources. And I think this concludes my documentation of forecast uncertainty reductions. Glad to take any questions. I think this is straightforward, and most of you already knew this, if not the exact numbers. If there are no questions, Adam, I think we can go to Scott's presentation.
I do not see any questions yet, so I will move to the next presentation.
Well, I will comment, Ben, that I think, this is a good start, and it shows there is information for the CAISO to look at, and particularly looking out, 3 hours and 6 hours in terms of, stuck committable units and being able to feed it into HASP and so forth. But there is an additional complication that was pointed out earlier in terms of how, that's the notice time, but then we also have the ramp. How much of, even if you see it, is it all a surprise in that 15-minute interval, and is it a change in the 15-minute interval, or is actually the change from the prior period, smaller too? So that we need actually that much capacity that can ramp in 15 minutes, or is this an error that's growing over the day? So the units have already ramped up, and they don't need to ramp up that much in the last 15 minutes. So I think they're both things that would be good for more research. Okay, I'll try to cut through this quick. Go to slide 2. There's been discussion of the merits of recovering RUC availability cost in market offers versus RA contracts. I think one aspect of this that hasn't been focused on, we may have mentioned it a couple times, but is the cost shifting that occurs between load serving entities and onto more flexible resources. That not every resource bears these costs of having to be available at zero supply. So let's go to the next slide 3. Of course, this doesn't matter if the costs are free. 20 years ago, when a lot of these RUC models were developed, it was PJM that, burning coal and they had a coal pile, they didn't need to do anything, or a bunch of combustion turbines that had oil in the tanks and they could always burn and they didn't need to schedule. But it's getting trickier as we change our resource mix. We're not burning coal anymore, and we don't even have hardly any oil burning units in California. So we've got to worry about gas scheduling, and as we pull in demand response, the amount of demand response that can respond without being noticed or incurring costs day ahead, and we don't want to drive demand response out of the RA market because of a costly obligation to be available for free to provide RUC. Go over to the next slide. And, this is just to reiterate, that the costs of the unrecovered RUC costs aren't the same across resources. In particular, the flexible resources, be they thermal or be they demand response, are the ones that are going to be committed first in RUC, and very inflexible ones much less often. And I take Michelle's point that maybe all the OTC resources will be gone, but of course I've been hearing that for a bunch of years, and maybe the reason they're not gone is because they don't bear these costs, and the resources that are gone are the ones that bore them. But we do have to look at the future resource mix, and do we have to worry about this? But I think that's something we should have in mind, that to what extent are we concentrating these availability costs on the resources we like, and therefore driving them out of the mix. Go on to the next slide. So here in the longer term, in terms of RA contracting, the recovery of the availability costs in RA favors the retention of inflexible cost, capacity that doesn't bear these costs, and it makes it more expensive to contract for flexible capacity. And that can in addition, the inefficient RUC capacity, there are 5 other things on this page. I'm going to focus on the first 2. It causes cost shifting between load serving entities, and it favors the retention of resources with high minimum load costs, long minimum run times, and high startup costs relative to more flexible resources. So let's talk about those next 2. On the next 2 pages, go to the next page. So why do I say there's cost shifting from this method of recovering RA costs? And that's because the zero bid for RA artificially reduces the cost of underbidding, the LSCs that underbid, and even when I note at the bottom, it isn't necessarily strategic and be rational at times in terms of you think the price is going to be lower tomorrow, there's going to be more import supply, and it's better to wait, and the CAISO is providing you with the backup in case the supply isn't there. But you're going to make the wrong decision if you don't bear all the costs. And this artificially reduces the cost of underbidding load. And then the costs aren't borne by the LSC because of this mechanism, because the increased RA costs fall on whoever contracted with a flexible RA that bears the cost of scheduling gas in the day-ahead market or schedules the demand response that can respond quickly if it's notified day ahead, but it doesn't get paid if it's scheduled for RUC day ahead. And the cost, therefore, is from those who underbid. Not only do those who underbid not pay the full price, but the cost of what they do is shifted onto LSCs to contract for flexible resources that bear these costs. So this is, there's an asymmetry here that we also need to be conscious of in terms of LSCs who underbid more than is appropriate, shifting costs onto other LSCs and who contract for the capacity. I mean, it'd be one thing if the LSC was shifting the costs onto the capacity it contracted for, but it isn't. Could be shifting the costs onto the RA of a completely different LSC, so that there is a cost shifting going on here. Why don't I stop and have comments on this slide, and then I'll go on to the next one.
We do have one question in the queue. Caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, this is Michelle. I just have a few comments. So one of which is you're talking about the flexibility of DR, but much of the DR is not committed in the RUC, so that's just one point. Most of the flexible resources are owned by the IOUs, like hydro and the gas units, and it's also the IOUs, I think, that aren't necessarily in favor of changing the RUC bidding. And then I just also wanted to note that isn't this really more of an equity argument, not an inefficiency argument, since we're talking about cost allocation? So those are the few points I'd make. Thanks.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see who owns these resources and how the costs are borne. But I don't think of it as totally an equity argument, but it's a matter of some LSCs, they don't bear the cost, so they do too much of it. And because the costs are borne by other people, you know, it has an impact on the RUC market and the cost of contracting for the capacity. And they just like, if the price was shown in RUC, then the people who when they choose to underbid, they would bear the cost as opposed to some other LSC. It incent more efficient behavior. But yeah, I also on the demand response is the issue that the reason we have so little demand response, and it's all reliability demand response, is things like this.
Well, I think we could change the market rules so that CAISO could or would commit DR in the RUC. So that's one point.
Well, I think they can commit PDR in the RUC, and that's my understanding, right? Is somebody from the CAISO, would you confirm that? I thought PDR can be committed in RUC.
I guess I'd be interested in that response.
This is Brad. I don't know for sure, but I would imagine so.
Okay, I'll go back to DMM's recommendation. Okay, I'll go back to DMM's recommendations regarding DR, but I thought they said that PDR was not committed in the RUC, so I will go look at that. So that's an interesting observation.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, we should get it straight. That's what I understood from things I've looked at. But if they're not committed in the RUC, I mean, they're a flexible resource. They should be something. If they're available in the RUC, we should be using them before committing a thermal unit, and we ought to be willing to pay them something for it. And to
okay, and then my other question about leaning is is the imbalance, or is the product going to be attributable to those that under schedule load, or are you saying that the inequity will be resolved because real time and day ahead will converge, so we don't overcommit in the real time, and so then they won't get the benefit of procuring in the real time? So just trying to understand which of those is going to occur.
Good point. Good point, Michelle. I didn't explain that clearly. Today we allocate the RUC cost to the underbidding load and to the virtual supply, but because these RA resources are forced to bid in at zero, that cost is too low. It doesn't reflect the real cost. So if we allocate those costs and it reflects the actual cost that RA resources incur to procure gas or whatever, it's going to be a higher price, and it'll be allocated to the underbidding load and to the virtual supply.
Okay, so I guess maybe I didn't understand that the RUC was given to the underbidding load, because I didn't think that the RUC schedule was meant to actually capture the actual load forecast, just the 95% confidence level, which is pretty high. It's not really what we expect to occur, right?
Well, RUC has evolved, and I thought the RUC cost, and maybe we should have a follow-up discussion to make sure I've got this right, because now that so much capacity is being committed in addition to the forecast load.
Yeah, it was originally this backstop to facilitate virtual bidding that, out of the fear that if there was too much virtual supply, we wouldn't have the physical resources committed. So, and that's where sort of the original thinking on assigning it to under-purchased load came from. But you're right. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how well that's been updated when we've been expanding the target.
Okay. Well, I'll follow up with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Michelle.
Let's go to the next slide. And the second point is that the RUC pricing, where there's no compensation for the RUC resources, doesn't hurt the long start resources, because if they were, and the inflexible resources with high minimum load costs, long minimum run times, and high startup costs, because they'll get those uplift costs, and any revenues that get credited to them would just reduce the bid production cost guarantee, so there'd be no benefit to them. But for resources that are particularly good and flexible, and they would earn net revenues, which would help them, be the resource of choice. Now, maybe those are resources that are all, hydro that's already owned by the IOUs, and it doesn't matter that they're being undercompensated for the flexibility value they provide. But to the extent it's other kinds of resources, it does matter. Other questions on that?
I do not see anyone in the question queue at this time.
Okay, I think we can go through the last couple of pages because it's very quick and we're still before 7:30. So, there is this incentive impact beyond just the cost shifting, that the underpricing of RUC incents more underbidding, and fourth, that it also the virtual traders submitting virtual supply bids don't bear the full cost, because the part of the cost of covering their position against a really bad outcome falls on RA resources that have to recover it in their contract costs rather than the virtual supplier. And then the fifth, because we don't incur these costs in the resource evaluations, it means even if an RA resource actually has high costs of doing it on that day, it's zero, and it would have been lower cost to get the RUC supply from somewhere else. So, and again, that's unknown. I don't know how significant this is, but I'm laying out the qualitative efficiency aspects here, that this is, again, increases the cost of on the RA resource because we could have gotten it cheaper somewhere else if we reflected the true value. Any comments on this slide? Okay, let's go to the last slide, and we'll be quick. You know, I know there's a concern about the existing contracts, but if the number of these old thermal contracts is small, it seems to me we could grandfather them and say they have to continue to perform until they expire, but that all the RA that's being contracted from year to year, and even if it's a 2-year contract or 3-year contracts, this thing has been going on, this game has been going on for 2 or 3 years now, and it probably has 2 or 3 more years to go. So I'm not persuaded that this past history of contracts should tie us down that much. There may be a few CPUC procurement contracts that are very long term, and we could say those people have to continue to perform until they run out. But I don't think the 5% that we can handle should wag the other 95% for which this is not an issue.
Okay, Scott, thank you. Adam, let's see if there's anybody in the phone lines.
We have someone on the line.
Okay.
Caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
So this is Michelle again. So are you saying that then you think it's okay for us to require RUC availability of bids for existing, like for example, for UOG resources, we could still say that they could have a 0 bid, or for any long-term RA agreement that we are executing now could still be required to have a 0 RUC bid and have a real-time must-offer obligation, which is what we wrote in probably to start with?
Yeah, well, if you wrote in that they have to bid in 0 in the contract, then that can continue to play. This is for people it isn't in the contract, and or that the contract's been negotiated next year, and they can decide. The problem is that the benefits of bidding in at 0 fall on other go to other load serving entities, not the load serving entity that signs the contract. But if it's one of those long-term contracts whose cost is being socialized across all the people in the local capacity area, that's different. Then they're all benefiting.
Yeah, and I guess I would go back to my original point that, if you look at the comments, the tenor of the comments, it's even the IOUs that are mostly concerned about this, even though they likely bear the, a large portion of this cost. I think they're concerned about the, basically paying twice for capacity. So, I think that's the concern here. So, while the whole idea is to lower costs for customers, I think that there's a real concern that it won't. So I think that's the issue. So thank you.
Well, I'd like to tease out whether the IOU concerns about this are for those long-term contracts they've entered into, and the costs are being borne by other people, and and those are very long-term contracts, and they want to preserve the benefits, or if they're talking about the contracts they're going to enter into next year. I mean, I don't see the issue for the contract they're going to enter into next year.
Yeah, I get that. I think the idea is that it's going to clear the market, and so, you've paid for the capacity up front, and for large swaths of capacity, they will get an additional, revenue source that looks pretty much like a capacity payment, which we initially thought was going to be, you're flexible, you have the 17-hour must-offer obligation, you have the real-time must-offer obligation, and now on top of that, you get, reliability capacity payment, but there's no sort of renegotiation of the contract. So, you guys say that it's going to cost, RA is going to cost less, and this was my point about the stickiness of these contract prices. I don't see that they're going to say, oh, wow, I'm getting this, uncertain revenue, which, we don't even know what it's going to look like. I mean, no one knows what it looks like. They're not going to negotiate that way for quite some time, I would imagine.
Well, they might want to negotiate away the I don't know. It seems to me that it isn't falling on everybody, so, but I guess we've talked it through. That's good. And we've raised a lot of good points for us to think about, Michelle.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Adam, anybody else?
In the queue at this time.
Okay. Any closing comments, Scott or Jim? I don't have anything to add.
Not for me.
Not for me.
Okay. I will just ask a very quick question to James. Was there ever any thought of having a bid floor for IR down that would be kind of symmetric with the bid cap for IR up as market power mitigation? Or is the feeling that IR down will be so cheap, or there would be less risk of that costing the market a lot? Just curious why only IR up. We're concerned about their energy costs. And it's late on a Friday. We can talk about this offline.
Yeah, I guess. Hey Ben, I was double muted and trying to scramble to unmute myself. But,
go ahead, I'll let James answer.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not aware that we've had any discussions about sort of a symmetrical product for the imbalance reserve down. I think that the expectation is that the product would be cheaper, like you mentioned, and I don't think we have some of the same concerns as we do with the upward capacity products.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thanks very much. So at this time, I'll conclude the meeting. Thank everybody who attended. There's still 58 of you. Thanks so much. And we will be meeting again tentatively in October, although there may be another meeting that will be involved with working on the issue of the energy storage enhancements and talking about some of the issues that we raised earlier today in more detail. So stay tuned. So thanks so very much.
It's actually been about multiple interval optimization, not what we talked about today, but the issues that stakeholders have raised with multiple interval optimization. The ISO is going to get together some data to talk about that in a special MSC meeting.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Scott. There are some very, very interesting issues with that. Okay, so with that, I'll wish you all a good weekend, happy Labor Day, and look forward to seeing you hopefully next month or at the next meeting. So Adam, we can conclude the call.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services, and you may now disconnect.